jìnnà sí wọn bí sánmọ̀ sílẹ̀ o ara ló ń ta wọn ṣe mọ́ o náà bá sunkún sójú bẹ̀rẹ̀ má ti fi gbé sọ kó fẹ́ yẹ ẹyẹ kó lọ ìgbé sọnù sígbó wọn dúró títí ọwọ́ wọn ò tó ìṣó máa ṣe ta ní kókó ṣòkòtò tí olókùn ó dá kìtìyàn ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ṣí mi lọ́nà o mo tẹ́rí bá fàdà àgbà o àgbà ẹ̀ foríjì ni ojoojúmọ́ ni mo ń pọ́n wọn lé mo ń ṣèyá sí àwọn àgbà o mi ò fojú tí ń rìn wọn láyé ọmọdé ẹ má fàgbà ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́ torí oníkọ́ tó yẹ ọ̀la ni ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o màmá ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ṣòkòtò mo sọ àkúnlẹ̀yàn ọmọ ẹ̀dá láyé kò lè yí padà mo ń tẹnu mọ́ o olórí làlábàrò orí làlábàrò olórí làlábàrò mo lórí làlábàrò olórí làlábàrò orí mi gbé mi níjà o olórí làlábàrò. Ayé wa o Olúwa àgbẹ̀ wa níyàwó àmì nílé ayé wa ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ ni wá.
Ìmọ̀ràn òfin káwọ́ tí ẹni tí wọ́n fẹ́ àmì ṣàkàlùkù ti ké. Uche tukwa bụrụ uche mmadụ nwanne ịtụba n'ike. Ifeanyị na ya olisa gọọmanụ kpọta ndị ike. Ọsịtịgeti na geti with the lucky location irele ifenu. Rule number 1. Onye na-amụ na-egbula egbe ya. I dey tell you. You better focus on after business with the calculation.
Put your head on my shoulder, hold me in your arms, baby. Squeeze me oh so tight, show me that you love me too. Put your lips next to mine, dear. Won't you kiss me once, baby? Just a kiss goodnight, baby. You and I will fall in love.
People don't stand us on the Okay now. To Preseve, be my bed. I see. I see what I want to do when you forget me. Okay. I look at you. One day you get out. Mama say I want me to go. I got no one who tell them back. Oh, where would he get? I got you there, but you don't want them. I got the one day I did not buy a dog.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna togabu.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, you don't do it's once again. Everybody be there. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, I go chopper. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, we need Mugu, I be the master. Oh, man, I go chop your dollar, I go take your money, disappear. For one time in love, we need Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money, they can't bring her. We need Mugu, I be the master. When you go play one, they go say that you style. When countryman do you go, they know they shout. Kill it. Whatever you go find it, I say, I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my miracle, I go show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money than I bring up. I be the master. Now me be the master. If I know you, come on, important details. But if you get and I get when you drop the location, you really rule number one. I don't tell you, you better focus on after business with the operation.
And there it is right there. Now, after business with the talk pleasure. So now that last song that that's the next artist to look out for. It goes by the name Spice Key. If yes, it goes by the name Spice Key. I've just recently come across him. Maybe I'm late to the game, but certainly it's the next breakthrough. By my reckoning, I just adore that, and Charlie Boy's cameo appearance in that, I think it just makes it as well. No, so now this Charlie Boy here, not the light-skinned one. For the people who don't know who Charlie Boy is, I'm going to play this. I'm going to play that clip again. It's only about 30 seconds. The dark-skinned guy is Charlie Boy. Now you will find it impossible to believe that this is a 75-year-old man. Watch this. So the dark-skinned guy in the black outfit, that's Charlie Boy. He's 75, but you'll find that hard to believe.
If I know you, come on, important details. But if you get and I get when you drop the location, you really rule number one. I don't tell you, you better focus on after business with the operation.
and there it is right there. And after business, you better focus on after business. I think the song is called Ofeke. If I'm mistaken, correct me in the comment section. I think that particular track is called Ofeke. And I'm not. Yes, the artist I've just discovered is a guy called Spice Key. So that's just a new disc. As early as today, I just discovered it. So I'm going to spend time now. It's probably a one-hit wonder anyway because I tried to look at its backlog and there wasn't anything especially sparkling outside of that one. So there it is right there. The cultural space, the cultural virtual space that is the one man went to more platform. So all that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Good day to you. Good day to you. Hope you've had a wonderfully glorious day, cascading, crescendoing into yet another session. That friendly or your laughing man, that is me, that talks in a rather peculiar voice, that is still me. One man went to Mo. So one man went to Mo, the eagle lands again. The eagle always lands. So one man went to Mo, the eagle has landed, and glad to be in your company and all that. So all that, the protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just as I'm inviting you to do so. Do so. Click on like. Not you know we've stagnated at a particular subscription count for well over a year, maybe even going on 2 years now. You know that it doesn't especially bother me. Maybe it slightly does, maybe it doesn't. I'm not overtly labored by it, but it is somewhat of a curiosity that is just stagnated at that particular point. So let's remove that stagnation and get a propulsion towards last year we were convinced we'll surpass the 100,000 subscribers fairly quickly, but then of course I think the endless flogging of the obedience space might well be one of the reasons why, but we will never relent on that. So you better get we'll flog OB and obedience all the way through to February, March 2027. It will never stop. Every single day, it's a four-pronged koboko that will be applying to Peter Obi's naked behind every single day. So that will never change. Subscribed or not, it will never change. So all that, click on the like button just as I invite you to do so. Do so. Subscribe if you're not already. Please do. Come join me on the screen via the hyperlink that says StreamYard. It will be the first line item. Let me just send it again. It will be the first line item on whichever platform you are watching us from. So click on it, come exchange thoughts, let's rub minds and all that. They used to say, there's this particular phraseology that was back in the day. They used to say pow pow and joy joy. That used to be the Nigerian lexicon around about 2 decades ago. But come, let's have a chat. Let's talk Nigerian politics and all things nice and funky. So do that. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Share the links just as widely as you can. And of course, super chat towards the stream. We have the anticipation of 5 minimum super chats per stream, and we want to start hitting that market again. So super chat, be the first one to kick us off with the super chat space. So now there's not an abundance in the news cycle. So depending on if people turn up or not, we may have a conversation, we may not. But there's not an abundance in the news cycle. So I'm not going to be rabbiting on endlessly as is the normal form. So I'll just present what is available, and if anybody does turn up, then a conversation ensues. So all that. Shall we just get started? Is that what you're saying? Shut your bloody mouth and just start the nonsense. It's all going to be gibberish anyway, isn't it, really? But let's start the gibberish, and we kick it off with this. Where are we kicking it off today? Let's kick it off with this one, actually. This is one of the most trending news items within the Nigerian paradigm today. So we'll kick it off with this, but we'll actually kick it off with a clip. So let's kick this off with a clip. So watch this, because this clip you're about to watch now speaks to the article I'm going to read to you subsequently. So we start it off from here.
Lórúkọ Jésù. Àmín. Lórúkọ Jésù. Àmín. Lórúkọ Jésù. Àmín. Ọlọ́run ọba a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín. Torí ìwọ ló lágbára ló dẹ̀ ní gbogbo nǹkan lọ́wọ́. Wọ́n ló dẹ̀ ń gbé ẹ̀dá ga. Ó dẹ̀ tún fún ẹ̀dá pé kó jẹ́ inú iṣẹ́ ọwọ́ ẹ̀. Ẹnìkan nú àwọn ọmọ wa tọ́lọ́run yọ́nú sí lákòókò yìí. Òun ló kó ilé ìwà pé bàbá ẹ̀jẹ̀ ẹran ẹ̀jẹ̀ dìyẹ epo rè iṣu rè lè fúnyàn yẹn ní ohun tó yàtọ̀ sádùá. Ajíjọlá àdúrà ló tọ́ sí ẹ. Ilé ló máa kéré jù nínú oore tọ́lọ́run á ṣe fún ẹ. Ìwọ òjọ́ yẹn ọlọ́tẹ̀ ẹ̀san ẹ ló jẹ́ yìí. Ìyí tó kù Ọlọ́run á máa san lẹ́san dáadáa. Wádìí ẹ̀ wọ́n máa kó tẹ̀mí wá á tún pọ̀ jù báyìí lọ. Iṣu yìí á ju báyìí lọ. Ẹran yìí á ju báyìí lọ. Epo yìí á ju báyìí lọ. Wà á máa láyọ̀ ni. Tó bá ti ń lọ síbi tí wọ́n fi ẹ́ sí òní jábọ́. Ọ̀tẹ̀ wà nú ayé ṣùgbọ́n wà á máa tẹ àwọn ọ̀tá ẹ̀ mọ́lẹ̀ ni. Ipò òṣèlú yìí gbogbo àwọn tó dà wá àti fi wọ́n lọ́lọ́run lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run á dá sẹ̀ríà fún wọn. Ajíjọlá Ọlọ́run ti dá sẹ̀ríà rere fún ẹ yóò pọ̀ sí. Àwọn tí ò gbọ́ràn nú wọn tí wọ́n ṣe wọ́n lóore tán fi bí sán ibi ò ní kó nú ilé wọn. Ajíjọlá ire á pọ̀ sínú ilé ẹ̀. Ògúngún mọ̀ pé bí o pa wá ẹran lélẹ́yìí èmi àtàwọn èrò mi káàkiri inú ibi tá a ti jọ ń ṣiṣẹ́ sáìtì àjọ máa jẹ́ ẹran ìlú máa máa fún ẹ ládùúgbà. Gbogbo àwọn tó dalẹ̀ àfàyín lé kóòtù Ọlọ́run lọ́wọ́. Ibi tá a sọ ní dé ibẹ̀ ní kẹ́ wà ẹ̀kẹ́ máa gbatẹ́gùn nù lẹ́lẹ̀ tẹ́ wà. Ìwà Ajíjọlá kó máa lo òkè nígboro Adó kó máa ga sí nígboro Adó kó máa ga sí nígboro Adó kó máa ga sí. Wọ́n á ṣiṣẹ́ sí ẹ̀. Ayọ̀fà yóò ṣe lórúkọ mi. Gbogbo ẹ̀ bá ti rántí mi nínú gbogbo ẹ̀yin ọmọ tí Ọlọ́run tọwọ́ mi gbé dìde ẹ máa ga sí. Àwọn tó jẹ mí gún Ọlọ́run á jẹ wọ́n gún. Ọlọ́run á tiẹ̀ lẹ́yìn. Ire lọ̀rọ̀ ẹ á já sí òde ní jáàmù. O ní jáàmù. Kò fà wọ́n yẹn lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tó Ọlọ́run lọ́wọ́. Ire o. Kábíyèsí ẹ bá tún sá. Kábíyèsí o. Ẹ mọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀.
So there it is right there. Bí àdúrà bí èpè. So bí àdúrà Ọlọ́run á dá sàríà rere fún ẹ. What is sàríà rere? Is that not an oxymoron? God will suffer you in a benevolent manner. But what does that even mean? Ọlọ́run á dá sàríà rere fún ẹ. Àdúrà bí èpè. So that was the unmistakable torso of Ayo Fayose, of course. And all that now wraps around this. Nigerians react as Tinubu appointee takes gold, chicken, salt, other items that should say to Godfather video trend. So we've seen the trending video. So what's now led to all that? So it's Lateef Ajijola, who was recently appointed as a member of the Southwest Development Commission by President Bola Tinubu, has expressed his appreciation to former Governor Ayodele Fayose of Ekiti State for the nomination. So apparently, allegedly, Fayose still has that influence to nominate into Tinubu's administration. I'm not quite sure if Fayose not a PDP functionary. Has he even resigned from the PDP? I think he may well have. We know that Dino Milaye actually resigned earlier on today. So I was even going to bring that, but I thought Dino is not even it's not strong enough a news item to present to you guys. But certainly Ayodele Fayose, by my memory, is a PDP chieftain. So quite why he gets a slot within the Tinubu administration, these are all the horse trading then that's permutating towards the upcoming election. Lateef Ajijola, who was recently appointed as a member of the Southwest Development Commission by President Bola Tinubu, has expressed his appreciation to former Governor Ayodele Fayose of Ekiti State for the nomination. This was disclosed in a video shared on social media by Larry Olayenka, the spokesperson of Yemson Wike, the Federal Capital Territory FCT Minister and ex-media aide to Fayose, in a social media post on Wednesday, July the 31st. Olayinka described the gift as a sacrifice, as it included yams, salt, goat chicken, and red oil. So, àwọn èròjà ètùtù. That is what in Yoruba land we call that. Those are the food. Those are the food items of the deity, isn't it? So, èròjà ètùtù nìyẹn. So, I suspect that Fashola might not well eat it. He might just do that clip and then throw it away or gift it away. Olayinka described the gift as a sacrifice, as it included yams, salt, goat, chickens, and red oil. Some Nigerians have taken to the comment section of the video and commended the former governor for the moment. So I was expecting them to insult him actually. In the video, the former governor was singing the praises of Tinubu, of the Tinubu appointee, and praying for him. In the video, Fashola prayed that Ajijola would reap the fruits of politics for staying loyal to him and showing appreciation for the appointment. The former governor also prayed that all those he had worked out appointments for but did not remain loyal to him would experience sorrows in their home. Speaking in Yoruba, the former governor said it is not that he did not have the money, but the food items were a kind gesture. On Thursday, May the 8th, President Tinubu communicated to the Senate seeking confirmation of a total of 55 appointees to the Southwest, North Central, and South-South Development Commissions. Ajijola, that should say Ajijola. Ajijola was one of the members of the Southwest Development Commission. I'm not even quite sure what these development commissions, what they mean or what they do. I'm not clear on what the purpose is, but every geo region now seems to have like a pardon me, every geo region now seems to have some sort of a development commission. Is that taken away from what does that actually even mean? What is their function? Below are some of the reactions of Nigerians to the trending video. So the first reaction, it says, this former governor na area guy, he get street credibility die. Check around, no police, no soldiers, no bodyguard. Well, don't worry about checking around. They may not be in vision, but I'm sure that he has security. Do you remember though when he was riding an Okada to meet a flight? Fashola sells himself very much as a man of the people and on the ground sort of a politician. So he would have some sort of security protection, but he will make sure that they're not visible because it goes counterintuitive to his brand, to how he likes to be seen. Below are some of the reactions by Nigerians to the trending video. This former governor na area guy, he gets street credibility die. Check around, no police, no soldiers, no bodyguard. Oga just him day very free. I admire him more than ever before. He is cool. You know, I'm starting to get the suspicion that some of these comments that we actually see on some of these things, they are actually commissioned comments. People, they are paid for comments. You can almost get a sense sometimes that all of these people, because you know the first three comments usually shape the narration of what that comment section would look like, and I'm having the suspicion then that some of these spaces actually either they are making the comments themselves or they are commissioning it. Stomach infrastructure indeed. Continue, says Tom. Eze says, see how dirty the environment is. Now, wow, yes, that struck me as well, actually, that it looked somewhat untidy. Just when I was watching it, it struck me as well. Just look how untidy the environment is.
Orúkọ Jésù. Àmín. Orúkọ Jésù. Àmín. Orúkọ Jésù. Àmín. Ọlọ́run ọba a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín.
So you could see, when I first saw it, actually, it looked like a vulcanizer or like a mechanic yard or something. It didn't look like the home of a former governor who has stolen so much. Do you remember when he was traveling around the Caribbean, just touching up young pretty girls? So he has money, but that money not reflected in lifestyle. See how dirty the environment is now. Wow. Samuel Alara, he says, Ọ̀rúnmìlẹ̀ ọ̀rún irúnmọlẹ̀ tó ń jẹ pounded yam and goat meat. So all in all, a positive reaction to it. Fayose storms APC rally with PDP branded car. So this is the guy. I think the guy is just enjoying himself now. Actually, I think he's pretty much out of active politics. So I don't think Fayose would ever make any ministerial sort of anything because he doesn't have that sort of presentation. It doesn't quite fit the bill. So I think his political journey ends with the Ekiti governorship, whatnot. But he's not now just a free man, just enjoying his loot, whatever it is that he looted from the Ekiti people. So that's Fayose right there. Let's go on from there to this. Breaking, fresh crisis rocks ADC ahead of 2027 election. We will meet in court. So the ink not barely dried then on the drafting of that party, and already they are somewhat in a state of flux. The African Democratic Congress ADC is facing internal crisis as Nifiao Bala, a former governorship candidate of the let's do it again. Actually, let me play you a bit of music. I need to go do something fairly quickly. Apologies for all that. Don't go away, anyone, but I need to do something fairly quickly. Let me just play you a little bit of music just to buy myself time. Watch this, and then we'll come back to what crisis is rocking the ADC.
fi fẹ́. Bàbá ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ ló kọ́, ó yẹ ká mọ̀ wọ́n ara wa. Kò yẹ kó tún máa pàṣẹ fún mi mọ́ o, ìyàwó. Kò yẹ kó tún jẹ gàba lórí mi, ìyàwó. Wọ́n rí ẹni jókòtò, wọ́n rí ẹni kàlàbà, wọ́n rí ẹ lóyìnbó, wọ́n rí ẹ lágége. Èmi ò jókòó, Ọ̀túnla Ìjẹ̀bú, wọ́n rí ẹ ní Bìní, wọ́n rí ẹ ní Ìbàdàn. Ìrì wérewère tòmí rì yìí kò máa tẹ́ mi lọ́rùn o. Ìrì wérewère tòmí rì yìí kò máa tẹ́ mi lọ́rùn. Bó bá ń bọ́kọ sọ̀rọ̀, awú bí búrẹ́dì omi. Bó ń bọ́kọ sọ̀rọ̀, awú bí búrẹ́dì omi. A máa mọ́jú tẹ́yí bí ojú egbére. Irú eléyìí kò máa tọ́ sí ìyàwó ilé.
And there it is right there. Ìrìn gbèrègbèrè tó ń rìn yìí o kò máa yé mi tó o. The late blessed memories of Orlando Owo, the mighty man. All right. Pardon me. Yes, fresh crisis rocks ADC ahead of 2027 election. We will meet in court. As I was saying, the ink barely dried on the drafting letters for the formation of the platform, and already they're in crisis. The African Democratic Congress ADC is facing internal crisis as Nafiu Bala, a former governorship candidate in Gombe State, has declared himself the interim national chairman of the party. So the interim chairman, of course, David Mark, Bala accused the leadership of the opposition coalition headed by former Senate President David Mark of illegally taking over the party and violating its constitution. So, you know what I am not still clear on is if is the coalition a different entity from the ADC, which is what I'm not clear on, because of course the Atiku very much a member of the coalition. Peter Obi a member of the coalition. Atiku resigns from the PDP. He has not declared and taken up registration with the ADC. So to all intents and purposes, Atiku is partyless, but he's also the leader of that coalition witnessed within the ADC. So and what exactly is David Mark chairman of? Is he rather the chairman of the coalition, which is a vague entity that has no clear description, or is he the chairman of the ADC, which is where the contention is? So the thing is locked in some sort of foggy maze. You know, you don't really know what's going on there, do you? Really? Yes, Bala made this declaration whilst addressing journalists in Abuja on Wednesday night, July the 31st. He said, "We wish to draw the attention of all members of our great party and Nigerians at large to the ongoing acts of political hooliganism being perpetrated by some individuals who were hitherto entrusted with the leadership of the party. The recent tension within the ADC stems from the party's adoption of a coalition of opposition figures ahead of the 2027 general election. In early July, Ralph Nwosu, the party's founder and former national chairman, announced the recognition of the party's National Working Committee and endorsed an interim leadership led by David Mark. So is the unilateralism, if that is the word, it cannot unilaterally just make that appointment, I think might well be where the contention is. In early July, Ralph Nwosu, the party's founder and former national chairman, so is not even in an official capacity within that party. Yes, founder, yes, but former national chairman, that is to say then he has no official post within that party, announced the recognition of the party's National Working Committee and endorsed an interim leadership led by David Mark. The coalition includes notable political figures such as ex-Vice President Atiku Abubakar, former governors like Peter Obi. Peter Obi, of course, still very much a member of the Labour Party. The last pronouncement rather that he made on the party that he belonged to was to reaffirm that he's a member of the Labour Party. So Peter Obi not a member of the ADC, but a member of the coalition. So it just gets more vague and mysterious. Right. The coalition includes notable political figures. The coalition includes notable political figures such as ex-Vice President Atiku Abubakar, former governors like Peter Obi, Nasir El-Rufai, Aminu Tambuwal, Liel Imoke, or something or the other, or something like that. IMOKE, and former ministers including Rotimi Amechi, Rauf Aregbesola, and Solomon Dalung. However, this move was met with strong resistance by some ADC members, including Bala and Dumebi Kachiku, the party's 2023 presidential candidate. They argued that the party should not become a private coalition platform controlled by elite politicians who have no affiliation with the ADC. Bala, we will challenge the takeover in court. So I'm not quite sure. They might not still be able to use that party. If Tinubu really wants to push this narrative, it may just stymie them at the court. Bala described the coalition actions as a show of shame and said they amount to a complete disregard for the party's constitution and principles. We are all living witnesses to the show of shame and acts of lawlessness being displayed by these unscrupulous leaders. The idea of mortgaging the future of our great party to powerful outsiders who never belonged to the party is condemnable, Bala said. He warned that if the current crisis is not resolved constitutionally, he and other bona fide members of the ADC would not hesitate to take legal action. If these individuals choose to ignore our calls to obey constitutional guidelines and remain recalcitrant, we shall proceed to challenge this gross act of impunity in court and bring them to justice. Citing constitutional provisions of the ADC, Bala described himself as the interim national chairman and urged the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to recognize him immediately. In the history of democracy all over the world, no party leader or group of leaders have the power to arbitrarily transfer elected mandates to non-members, he said, which is exactly the point I was making earlier on, that it is outside of the purview of the former founder Ralph Nwosu to just unilaterally appoint an interim chairman for the party. He insisted that the party's constitution clearly defines succession and the process for filling vacant positions, and said his action was in line with those rules. With the 2027 election drawing closer, the internal wrangling within the ADC threatens to derail the party's unity and credibility as a coalition platform. As court battles loom and factions dig in their heels, observers say the ADC may need urgent intervention to prevent a total collapse of the gains it hoped to make in the build-up to the next general election. Peter will be urged to leave ADC for the PDP. So this is an addendum to that article. Previously, correspondents reported former Minister of Information and founding member of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), Professor Jerry Gana, said the Labour Party's Peter Obi would gain support from the northern region if he contested under PDP in the 2027 presidential election. Ghana made the remarks on prime time aired by Arise Television on Wednesday, July the 30th, where he also spoke on the strength of the PDP, its founding ideals, and Nigeria's democracy journey. So there it is right there. So they're still cutting Obi somewhat. Zita was arguing in a previous session that Obi doesn't have political cachet. Obi does have political cachet, not sufficient enough to make him president, but he certainly has political cachet. ADC clears Obi El Rufai to remain in LPSDP. So Obi, Obi is not even fully, is one leg in, one leg out of the Labour Party. And El Rufai, just as early as 2 days ago, was expelled from the SDP. So I think they didn't get the memo. Events have since superseded this sort of position. The newly formed African Democratic Congress is not a newly formed African Democratic Congress because the African Democratic Congress is a long-standing party, so it's not newly formed. The newly formed African Democratic Congress has clarified that Labour Party presidential candidate in the 2023 elections, Peter Obi, and former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai have been exempted from defecting from their current political platforms ahead of the 2027 election. So, if they are exempt from contending if they are exempt from defecting to the ADC on election day, then which platform will their name be on the ballot? So which party will be their vehicle to seek election? That's the thing. So under which party would they be campaigning? Will Peter Obi be campaigning equally for the Labour Party as well as the ADC? And will he be presenting himself on the ballot? And the law doesn't even allow you to be a member of two political parties, by the way. So it gets even more confusing. The newly formed African Democratic Congress has clarified that Labour Party presidential candidate in the 2023 elections, Peter Obi, and former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai have been exempted from defecting from their current political platforms ahead of the 2027 polls. The interim National Publicity Secretary of the ADC, Bolaji Abdullahi, confirmed the development in an exclusive interview with Punch newspaper on Wednesday. His clarification followed a stern warning issued on Tuesday by the interim national chairman of the ADC, David Mark, who insisted that the party under his watch would brook no form of anti-party activities or indiscipline. Mark, whilst addressing members of the party in Abuja, declared that there will be zero tolerance for anti-party and any form of indiscipline. You are either in the ADC or not in the ADC. No midway in this business. And those not with us, we will not carry them along. So those are two sharply diametrically opposed positions right there. So the national chairman is saying you are either fully in or you're fully out. You can't be or shakala shokolo with a party. But the publicity secretary now is saying it's a loose arrangement. It's just like a brothel. You pay your fees, you have the girl, and then you carry on. You don't have to marry her. This is the sort of it's like an ashawo sort of establishment. Money for hand, back for ground. Deal is done, and off you go. Mark, whilst addressing members of the party in Abuja, declared that there will be zero tolerance for anti-party and any form of indiscipline. You are either in ADC or not in ADC. No midway in this business. And those not with us, we will not carry them along. Those who are not totally committed will not be carried along. We shall reserve our grassroots leadership structures. We shall reverse our grassroots leadership structures to reflect modern realities from the polling unit upwards to the national level, every organ re-energized. We will open the gates for the next generations. For the next generation, I should say, our policies, nominations, and roles will reflect such. The ADC, which was recently adopted as the flagship platform of the opposition coalition, is widely believed to be cutting Obi and other influential politicians who have yet to formally declare for the party. But the camp of the former Anambra State governor dismissed fears over Mark's warning, insisted that their principal had already clarified this position to the coalition leaders. The national coordinator of the Obedient Movement Worldwide, Dr. Yanusa Tanko, told correspondents that Obi would not be stampeded into taking any irrational decisions. He said, even before we got into the issue of coalition, our principal has made his position known ab initio that he is still a Labour man and the coalition that is joined is for 2027. Obi actually made that clear when the coalition was at the formation stage. So we don't see it as anything so we don't see it as anything because we already made our position known right from the beginning. When contacted to confirm Tanko's position, Abdullahi affirmed that both Obi and El Rufai had been granted a waiver to remain in their legacy parties for now. He explained, absolutely, Obi is correct. This applies to himself and Nasir. This is because their supporters and allies have obtained forms to contest the elections in their legacy parties. So we cannot ask them to defect. It will affect the structures of those following them. They were therefore granted a concession to remain in their parties until after the election. So what does it has no meaning, all of these things. It's just they are as confused as you are. That's just the reading of it. You can be whatever it is, a member of the party or not. It's just what does it? I have no concept of what they are talking about. In a nutshell, they requested a concession and they were granted. Meanwhile, Obi has distanced himself from the viral separate statements currently making the rounds on social media and online. So what's the viral? On one of the viral statements, allegedly claimed Obi denied returning to the People's Democratic Party and reaffirmed his commitment to the African Democratic Congress. The other suggested that he had been offered the position of National Organizing Secretary of the ADC. Ibrahim, however, clarified that neither of neither of the two purported statements originated from Obi or his media team. He said, Peter Obi has been unequivocal in his position in the ongoing coalition and did not need anyone to put words in his mouth. So that's the coalition space, still as confused as ever. Hopefully they'll get it right and pull it together in the build-up too. So I think that may well be all she wrote. So that's all we have in terms of that's what we have in terms of readouts. So now let's now go to the headline piece, which is Fashola now coming out to speak on the Lagos renaming of street saga featuring Charlie Boy. So let's pick it up from here and take in Fashola's views.
That archives constitute the memory of all communities, societies, and nations. Archival records are preserved for their legal value or enduring historical significance and constitute a key cultural heritage and information source. The archival heritage is a valuable testimony to the socio-political and economic development of humanity. For instance, the Glasgow University Archive Service gives a fascinating insight into the influence that the University of Glasgow, its staff and students have had on the history and development of many countries, including Nigeria. Records also contain information And this was from Scotland, as I said, in 2012. It contains information about the first Nigerian students at the University of Glasgow at the time, including one Dr. James Churchill Vaughan and one.
So what Fashola is doing right there is building up the criteria for is building up the criteria that qualifies you to have a street named after you. Although you can equally buy it as well. Traditionally in Lagos, if you were the first to build on that street, the street is usually named after you. I nearly had a street named after me once when I bought a land, and that land was stolen off me by these Omonile sort of people. But no, that's usually how it's done. But he's building up now, especially major streets, streets of importance. The criteria for having those streets named after you. So that's the narrative that Fashola is building up now.
Dr. Isaac Ladipo Uluwole, that archives constitute the memory of all communities, societies, and nations. Archival records are preserved for their legal value or enduring historical significance and constitute a key cultural heritage and information source. The archival heritage is a valuable testimony to the socio-political and economic development of humanity. For instance, the Glasgow University Archive Service gives a fascinating insight into the influence that the University of Glasgow, its staff and students have had on the history and development of many countries, including Nigeria. Records also contain information, and this was from Scotland, as I said, in 2012. It contains information about the first Nigerian students at the University of Glasgow at the time, including one Dr. James Churchill Vaughan and one Dr. Isaac Ladipo Uluwole, who were enrolled in 1913 and graduated in 1918. Dr. Ladipo Oluwole returned to Nigeria to become the first African medical officer of health in the Lagos colony. He pioneered school health services with school inspections and the vaccination of children in their schools, and started the first Nigerian School of Science, School of Hygiene at Yaba in Lagos in 1920. So that's the Ladipo Oluwole, but the records were kept where? In Glasgow, in Scotland. So those of us who drive through streets such as Ladipo Oluwole Street in Ikeja will probably now understand and contextualize the contributions of such a man and why it was considered such high honor to immortalize him by naming a street in his memory. End of quote, 2012. But it is perhaps instructive that we are discussing street naming and street unnaming, and I keep my gunpowder dry.
So what Fashola is setting up there is, like I said, the criteria for naming a street after you, and there has to be a heavy historical backdrop and somewhat of a link between the person being named, the person whose name is being, the person the street is being named after, and the landscape itself. So it's essentially, in a roundabout way, talking about indigenship. That is essentially telling us that you have to be somewhat indigenous to that space and be a high achiever before a street can be named after you. That's my reading of it.
Right. So but that tells you that the more things change, the more they remain the same. So today I reiterate those words about street naming, about Dr. Oluwole, and with greater conviction to reinforce my message that the preservation of our history and the documentation of our progress must be taken seriously. The puzzle pieces of Lagos's past, its people, traditions, governments, and struggles are scattered across time. LASRAB must continue to piece them together. into a coherent whole, one archive, one policy document, one photograph, and one manual at a time. So I urge us all to support this noble work. Let us help preserve history, not as a static museum of forgotten things, but as a vibrant engine of knowledge, resilience, and development. In the past, when we needed to conduct searches about certain things that happened here, sadly and ironically, the place to go was to go overseas, to go and look for records of ourselves. So, and I think nothing validates the idea of the prosperity and the economic value of record keeping than that irony. So when we're talking about Google searches today, all the search engines that we now have in our palms, imagine if records were not kept. There's nothing for them to search.
So that's Fashola rebranding himself as an intellectual somewhat. That seems to be the space that he wants to occupy now within the Nigerian landscape. But the main thrust of what he was speaking to was to speak to the renaming of streets, which has been somewhat controversial over the last couple of days or so. He's speaking to that space, and he's saying that there has to be an alignment of history and culture between the person between the person that the street is being named after and where the street is. So that's what he's saying. So he's essentially telling us then that there has to be some sort of indigenship relationship between the person and the street. So that's what he's saying. Essentially telling Charlie Boy to to go and swivel. Let's just put it that way. Essentially telling Charlie Boy to go and swivel. So we go on from that today. So this one now is a throwback in time. You know, the contention Lagos State then, Peter Obi won Lagos, Peter Obi won Lagos. But did he really win Lagos? You know, they were I want you to listen to this actually, because there's some fantastical figures that came out of 2023, and memory seems to be fading a little bit. So let's have a little reminder of some of the fantastical figures that came out in 2023. It says that this is a PDP chieftain who was in the PDP situation room on election day. It says add these stolen votes, over 500,000, to the over 500,000 stolen votes from Plateau State. PDP people know exactly how many votes Peter Obi polled. So when they tell you Peter Obi came third, insult them. So I want you to listen very carefully to the permutations that this guy is about to permutate now. It's incredible to the point of being incredulous. Listen to this.
And 36,000. And I have some of the 36,000. And I have some of the, I made some footnotes before, coming in here in anticipation that, these questions might come up. In Lagos, our situation room record shows that Labour Party has 983,069. PDP.
So 983,000 is never enough, a million votes. So what it's telling us then is that the Labour Party had a million votes in Lagos State 2027, a million votes. So, but with listen, it gets even more ludicrous.
He has 101,003 votes. APC has 155,000.
Correct.
And one.
So there it is right there. That is how incredulous that was. So Obi got a million votes in Lagos State according to the PDP situation room man. Obi got a million votes in Lagos State, and Tinubu, who is the creator of modern Lagos, he got 100,000. So just suspend your prejudice and biases and apply reason and logic to how is that even consistent with anything that any sane mind. You have to be mentally unstable to reach to that level. Obi got 1 million votes in Lagos. Tinubu got 100,000. That is according to the situation room of the PDP. So that tells you all you need to know about that space. It's beyond belief. And of course, that will be meat and drink to them. So you will see them bouncing up and down on Twitter because they've resurfaced it now. So you expect them you expect them to now to be doing that bounce. So that's all the readouts. It's unbelievable actually. Obi got 980 something thousand votes and Tinubu got 150,000 votes in Lagos State, according to the apparent situation room of the it's just you know you almost feel you almost want to slap somebody sometimes just how ludicrous and incredulous some of these commentaries are. So that's that. Let's go on then to the clips that we do have. We go on to the clips and we kick it off with this one. Where are we kicking it off? Okay, I did not download this one, but I have it. Yes. We kick it off and we start it off with this one. So a lot of people tell us that that Lagos, that Nigeria, that there's no jobs in Nigeria, everybody is hungry, etc., etc. What you have in Nigeria is opportunities. What you have in Nigeria are opportunities, and anybody that's willing to put in the labor will always come out on top in Nigeria. Nigeria, out of all of the countries in the world, you probably have the most opportunity to wealth and the quickest route to wealth in Nigeria. So we cite this guy as an example of what I'm talking about. But there's an addendum, there's a sting in the tail of this narrative. So we pick it up from here. So watch this first and then wait for the sting.
This fish industry, they very broad, though, but most of them don't know. The best way to enjoy fish industry is to pick one area, focus on them. Come where they go. For fish industry, they get the hatchery. They also have pond construction. They have oven building. They have different areas. There's the grown out. There's the processing, the choke. There's the feed formulation. The fish industry is broad, you know. Can't show them fish. As magnet now don't dey for this industry, I go open everything for now. But now see how broad where this industry be. We are broad. Just say most of us no dey for media. We dey offline, they provide fish for now. But now magnet don't dey media now.
So there is that guy right there in Anambra State coming out to essentially found a niche within the food space, who are focusing on fish and then telling us of all of the value chains within that industry. So that's that guy, young, you know, energized, intelligent, and ready to take on the world and taking on the world on his own terms. So that's that guy. But alas, or should I say that was that guy? So that guy now RIP. Anambra State has happened to that guy, of course, and they've seen him off this mortal coil. Or mortal soil. Is it mortal coil or mortal soil? So we pick it off, start it off with where is that follow-on clip that I had? Let me see. Where is it? I did have it lined up, you know. There's nothing like being prepared, is there? And this is certainly not anything like being prepared. So I had the other one lined up. Yes, let's pick it up from here. So we pick up the story of that guy from here. Watch this.
It will give me more joy to give this fish to very dark man than to sell them. Just as a way of appreciating him for all the good deeds he has been in Nigeria, and for him coming to Onitsha, Anambra State, my state, to help traders to speak out.
So that is still the same guy now. He sells fish, as you already know, but he has also now taken that trade onto social media, became somewhat of a mini sensation as he tries to align his offline enterprise with an online presence. So that's what he's doing. And because he's gotten somewhat of a traction, he's now reaching out to the bigger names within the Nigerian social media space, like Very Dark Man, to even propel himself even further. And that's what's going on here. So that's what's going on here. But like I said, there's a twist to the plot.
It will give me more joy to give this fish to Very Dark Man than to sell them. Just as a way of appreciating him for all the good deeds he has been in Nigeria, and for him coming to Onitsha, Anambra State, my state, to help traders, to speak out for us. It's not easy. So I want to send this fish to him, only if I can reach him. You know, please help me tag Very Dark Man so that I can get this fish across to him. Please and please. Come and see the fish.
Help us tag Very Dark Man.
Please.
Unfortunately, he will not be able to give me that fish because he has been kidnapped and he has been killed.
So there it is right there, and that is the narrative of what's going on in the East at the moment. That guy right there, as famous as they come, one of the prides to come out of Anambra State, they've kidnapped and killed him. That young man is dead.
I don't tell when I say now, I don't know for this fish industry, David. All of you, I don't forget about fish gills. You know, guys, we are here. This right here is number one reason why all these fish for here. Do you know how? Like,
Hi guys, so
don't worry. One fish. Person may train. I don't. This train. Our online fish on the end. This farm. Yo, guys. Hey, I need to. I'm driving to the. Hey.
You know, when we ask, right? What is the offense of this guy? If you go to his page, all he does. I saw him for the very first time on Tunde North page when he said he wanted to give me fish. But me, I was so busy. Every time I talk about the government, I always talk about, even if you're not going to give the people anything, just give them security. What is the offense of this guy? Go to this guy's page, you will see. Guy, everybody, people.
The story of this guy is so sad. It's so sad. They kidnapped him. Then they killed him immediately. They killed him in the most brutal fashion. But it doesn't even end there. They then contacted his mother to come and pay a ransom for his body. That's what they did. All in Anambra State.
I don't know what the guy did. When I opened his DM, man, look at what he said to me on the 23rd of June. He said, "Big brother, please, it will be an honor to get this fish across to you. It's already in the oven, one name." On the 26th of June, sent another one. He said, "I greet you, big brother, your fish is ready. Any info where I will send it to will be appreciated. Please accept this gesture." To the executive governor of Anambra State, Chukuma Soludo. I see your kids. They go abroad. One of them is even abroad. What's his name? Uzuna. What's his name? When your children in the country, where we say, if you don't like that country, you know, go send your picking go. If security no dey that country, you know, go send your picking go. And the governor of Anambra State, the kidnapping and killings in Anambra State is too much. It's too much. What is the hope of entrepreneurs? What is the hope of the people that want to do business in Nigeria? The government don't offer you too much. And when you decide to start, you're not even sure of your security. Every day, I'm even tired of hearing this thing. Every day, you hear say, key farmers for Benue. You hear say, the key farmers for jobs. You know, these things. You go hear say, please, guys, I'll be coming to Anambra State, maybe like on the 4th. I think on the 4th. Then maybe we can do a candlelight. I mean, any day that does not clash with the seat at home in Anambra State.
And that's part of the problem right there. So that sit at home is the harbinger of the death of this guy. The criminality that's now become the mainstay backdrop of that particular region. That's what's cascaded into the death of this guy. Their brightest lights just being dimmed on a daily basis. They killed him in the most brutish fashion and then contacted his mother for ransom for the body.
State. We can do a candlelight, just a candlelight walk for fish magnet, and also raise awareness on the kidnappings going on in Anambra State. If you go through the guy's page, you see all he does is to promote his business. That's all that boy does. So we're coming to Anambra State on the, we'll be coming maybe on the 3rd, then I'll post from Anambra State, and I hope the time does not clash with the seat at home in Anambra. That's just the work, and also to raise awareness on the insecurity that's going on in the East. Generally, an insecurity going on in Nigeria, I can't. It's becoming too normal every day. You know, Benue own becomes so normal. Even 2 days ago, 2 people was also killed in Benue, and they were dropped by the road. You know. Just is now a regular thing, and it's slowly crossing. You know, I keep saying these things. We keep quiet, and this thing will just go across for Nigeria. And here we do now. The painful part is that the youth pay little or no attention to insecurities in Nigeria. They rather go for trending entertainment issues. You know, I don't know. I'm not trying to push blame on anybody, but the sooner we take insecurity serious in Nigeria, the better for all of us. Thank you.
And there it is right there. Well, I brought you that story, but I could have brought you if we were to be doing kidnappings in you know, there's insurgency going on in the north, which is land sacking and land grabbing, which just kills on a daily basis countless scores of people. But the headquarters of kidnapping is in the southeast. If we want to be doing a daily basis, we could be having 10 narratives of this sort of storyline, but we're just highlighting this one as an example. So that's what's happening there. So still staying within the southeast, I defy anybody to present a woman anywhere near as beautiful as this woman. Till I draw my last breath, outside of my wife, I cannot imagine anybody more beautiful than Bianca Ojoko, and here she is, wagging fingers at the Ghanaians.
On behalf of President John Dramani Mahama, we welcome the Minister of State from the Federal Republic of Nigeria in charge of Foreign Affairs to Ghana. We have just concluded a very successful bilateral discussion on the recent disturbances which have sought to undermine the cordial and friendly relations that has existed between our two countries historically. The Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs of Nigeria has conveyed a message from President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, which message will also be delivered to his brother, President John Dramani Mahama. And it is a message of peace. It is a message of love. It is a message that reiterates the inseparable bond of friendship and brotherhood between our two countries. As we have agreed, the video that went...
All right, let's fast it forward to where Bianca Ojukwu speaks. Nobody cares about what a Ghanaian has to say. Let's fast it forward to where Bianca speaks.
President John Dramani Mahama, we welcome the Minister of State from the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Where is the fast forward now?
To Ghana. We have just concluded a very successful bilateral discussion on the recent disturbances.
He's not letting me fast forward though, so I think we may listen to all of it. But I just want you to hear Bianca Ojukwu speak on this particular matter.
That has existed between our two countries historically. The Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs of Nigeria has conveyed a message from President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, which message will also be delivered to his brother, President John Dramani Mahama. And it is a message of peace, it is a message of love, it is a message that reiterates the inseparable bond of friendship and brotherhood between our two countries. As we have agreed, the video that went viral, which incensed Ghanaians legitimately, we were all outraged when we saw that video. That video has been condemned by our counterparts from Nigeria. They have reprimanded the gentleman. He has been asked not to engage in such statements and such commentary. As you do know, I had met him earlier, and he was very contrite in the meeting, has apologized. He's issued a public statement apologizing to President Mahama, to the government and people of Ghana. And based on his conduct, he has demonstrated good faith that he's really, upon reflection, apologetic and will not tread that path any longer. It is also important to emphasize that we have agreed that we will deepen our community-to-community engagements. We are conscious of our history, that even though we have a historical background with a lot of ethnic groups having the same heritage and antecedents. We do know, for example, that the Ewe people migrated together with Nigerians, sojourned in Ile-Ife, and continue to the Gold Coast. The Gans have a similar story. So we have very interesting anthropological antecedents, which shows that we are one people. But regardless of that, there have been
I did not actually know that one of the main tribes in Ghana has its history from Ife. I didn't actually know there was that link.
times in our history where we have had skirmishes. You remember the Aliens Compliance Order. We saw a number of so-called... It is also important to emphasize that we have agreed that we will deepen our community-to-community engagements. We are conscious of our history, that even though we have a historical background with a lot of ethnic groups having the same heritage and antecedents. You do know, for example, that the Ewe people migrated together with Nigerians, sojourned in Ile-Ife, and continue to the Gold Coast. The Gans have a similar story. So we have very interesting anthropological antecedents, which shows that we are one people. But regardless of that, there have been times in our history where we have had skirmishes. You remember the Aliens Compliance Order. We saw a number of so-called foreigners being removed from Ghana. And then you also recall Ghana Must Go in 1983, where over 1 million Ghanaians were forced out of Nigeria. So we are conscious of that history, which should guide all of us, that if these things are not managed well, it could take us back to certain dark occurrences in our history. That is why we have been demonstrating a lot of maturity and asking that we douse the flames, we show compassion, we should remember that we are one people. Let's always remember that Ghana, as the headquarters of Pan-Africanism, what Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, the founder of our country, taught us is that we should ignore artificial boundaries. We are one people. And let us always remember that there is a bigger goal, a bigger Pan-African agenda where we want to form an all-united states of Africa.
Like I said before, I came and I saw with my...
If you listen to Bianca here, she sounds very much unprepared. Yeah, I wasn't quite sure. She didn't sound like she had rehearsed her lines, or she didn't sound especially professional, I would say. I think it's her beauty that carries the job, really, more than anything else.
My own two eyes, that there were not tires burning on the streets and people with placards everywhere urging Nigerians to be deported. And it speaks to how the government of President John Mahama was able to rise to the occasion. President Mahama and
there was too many, and she's an experienced diplomat, by the way. She's not a greenhorn. There's too many ums and ahs in her speech. I wasn't quite keen on she sounded unprepared.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu are like brothers. Of course, Nigerians were in a very festive mood during the inauguration ceremony of President Mahama. Our president was here and for the occasion, and he gave a very, very impassioned speech, which speaks to the special bond that exists.
Would you believe that Bianca Ojukwu is 56 years old? She's breathtakingly beautiful still at 56. She's 10 times more pretty than Oji Okwe or all of these sort of people presenting themselves as Nigerian beauties. I think it's the high cheekbones that actually makes her beauty. But she is 56, unbelievably.
Between these two gentlemen, and by extension, the bonds that exist between Ghanaians and Nigerians. So the message, in short, would be that there is no cause for alarm. The situation is being handled quite effectively. We will continue with our stakeholder engagement. We have met some of the dramatist personnel, the people who are in the melt of this crisis. We will continue to meet people, stakeholders across all segments to ensure that the ways and means to continue to douse tensions, to continue to ensure.
Oh, all right. I wasn't even really bringing you the clip for anything she has to say. I just wanted you to see. I know you all enjoy seeing Bianca Ojukwu, so there she is right there, still as let me actually show you something. Let me show you her wedding pictures. Hold on. There she is, Marine Ojukwu, right there. She's still as pretty. She's even prettier now than she was then. You could still see some sort of baby farts in the cheeks, but the cheeks are now pruned and just like more chiseled, So an outstanding beauty, Bianca Ojukwu. So there's that right there. So let's go back to the other clips. We just rattle through. Here's DJ Adenyoju saying what we all know about our P. Toby.
Obi is a little bit different. But he's also a devil. But you know, he's a lesser devil. Do you understand?
How is he a devil?
My brother, look at his antecedent in Anambra.
But he did good in Anambra.
Oh, he did good?
I mean, he was able to defend it, right?
Oh, he did good in Anambra? I didn't know. Where are the legacy projects that he did in Anambra? Even the roads were bad.
There was one video, I mean, where I see where they say the money he saved was the money they used to build airport.
Yeah, that's kind of
okay.
I saw that video.
Okay.
You was the former governor of Taraba that said that.
Yes, you are saving money.
Now, I not told him.
See, you are saving money that you put in a bank that you have interest. Is that how to run government?
Maybe. Well,
you put state resources in family business, which you yourself admitted. Is that how to run business? Easy. Yes. Kaderi Ahmed interviewed him. Go and Google it. Go and Google it. Fact check me. Kaderi Ahmed, when he was running as vice president to Atiku in 2019, Kaderi Ahmed interviewed him and posed that question that it was your company that was used for a state project where they invested millions of dollars. And he said yes, but that he had resigned from the family company before he became governor. Who does that, for God's sake?
So that's the Ojo right there, saying what we all already know about Petobi. That how that guy gets away with it is just beyond me. It was very pedestrian. There's no abiding. You can't go to Anambra State now today and point to anything as the legacy of Obi's period there. In fact, there's nothing. He did nothing for the 8 years. He said he built all these roads. They are all washed away. He said he invested in education. We found out there are miracle schools. He said he saved money into his own bank and he built breweries that is in his own wife's name. And it gets it. And he will be talking about integrity and capacity. Where has he demonstrated that? Anyway, let's just leave that. I don't like to go into that guy too much. But let me go into this space. Jigawa State, one of the poorest states in Nigeria, which makes it one of the poorest states in the world. So how do they then spend their federal allocations? This windfall now coming from Tinubu, what are they spending it on? Well, they're spending it on these. So the FAC allocation, the monthly allocation for a state like Jigawa State can be more than about 4-5 billion naira. And that state, because it's so debt poor, it has no internally generated income. So that it's a debt poor state. And that is what the governor, is spending their federal allocations on. So this is what the Americans said. The American embassy said about the misplaced priorities within the Nigerian space. So let me play you one last clip. Do you remember the narrative of that Chidema Adesina, the South African beauty of Nigerian descent that was chased out of South Africa for being Nigerian and became then a beauty queen in Nigeria? You all remember the narrative of that Chidema. So that story repeats, but it repeats in sports. And we changed the location from South Africa to Malawi and pick up the story from here.
Chioma Okafor. This story of a Nigerian Malawian. Chioma Okafor was born in Malawi to a Malawian mother and a Nigerian father. She's a great soccer player to the extent that she played for the under-17 Malawian team. Now, she relocated to the United States, and when she was supposed to be called up for the Malawi female national team, the Scorchers, I think, people said they didn't want her because of her name. Because her name is Chioma, first name, and Okafo, surname. Both Nigerian, first name and surname. And the Malawians thought she wasn't Malawian enough to play for the Scorchers. And they never invited her. The same thing that happened to Chidinma Onwe Adeshina. Because she was getting help because of her name. So Chioma was playing in the United States. The Malawian FA refused to call her to play for the Malawian female national team. And the Nigerian coach found out about her and decided to invite her over to play for the Super Falcons of Nigeria. She accepted. Now, after she accepted the Nigerian call-up, then the Malawian Football Federation wanted her to play for Malawi. Can you imagine that? After she accepted the Malawian call-up. Now, after she accepted the Nigerian call-up, now if she had played for Malawi, number one, she might not have gotten anywhere in her career. Number two, they will never play in the World Cup, female World Cup. Number three, most likely she will never even play in the AFCON. So she accepted Nigeria's offer. She played for Nigeria. They won the WAFCON. And now she has been given $100,000 by the Nigerian president, which the Malawian will never give her. She has been given a 3-bedroom house in Abuja, which the Malawian government will not afford to give her anyway. And also, she has been given a title, a national honorary title in Nigeria. So what are we saying? Accept people, regardless of their origin, whether their name is Chidinma, Chioma, Non-Kululeko, Non-Tubeko, whatever. If they're your citizens, they're your citizens. If they're your citizens, they're your citizens. Why is Africa so divided? Congratulations to Chidinma. Congratulations to Chioma Okafo. We love you in Nigeria.
So there it is right there. Those Africans, they hate us. They hate us with a passion. Those Africans hate us with a passion. So that's my presentation. As much as it is, I'll play the Kegite music and then we'll see who turns up for the conversation.
Only water, where they see ma. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi a keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chief Wela ti keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku lele egbe elemu dode o jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de egbe body ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agbeshemi, death have nothing to do with us. Joining us, Tony Africa. Good to have you, Tony. The elegance that is Zeta. There's Zeta right there. Solid not in bed, so he's with us. And Ola, of course, in the house as well. So good to have you, lady and gentlemen. Good to have you here. We started off, kick it off. Let's actually, Tony came first, but let's kick it off with Solly because we've not heard from Solly in a while.
No, but you have not heard from him also, could you make us enough with me now? No, but I think Solly, I'll be there, recently there myself or lately. So let me come in, please. I will take your time.
All right, carry on. There's not much of topics. Crisis rocking the ADC, the newly formed party. And then this young guy that was killed, who was an emerging name, Fashola speaking on the renaming, saying that indigenship should be a major consideration, and Fayose being gifted a gift by one of his political subordinates. So yes, or anything else that you may be interested in.
Oh yeah. I would rather start from the top. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I want to say congratulations to, to Chioma also. You know what I'm saying? That Nigeria, Malawi, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I'm very happy. That's a very happy end. Also, you know what I'm saying? And then a shame to those people that are not accepting their citizens. You know what I'm saying? Big shame to them, So now it has backfired on them, and then I hope that
we're getting a lot of that. Actually, we got that with that Chidinma also. That was the most she was the big queen of South Africa, and they refused her to represent them because she carried the Nigerian name.
Yeah, and then one of the opponent, is on, it's online right now as one of our panelists. You know what I'm saying? Remember, that was part of my quarrel with that woman. You know what I'm saying? But no, I don't want to go that place. So I'm very happy that we are winning. You know what I'm saying? We are winning. So shame on to people that are always against such people. You know what I'm saying? Of which one of them is here tonight. You know what I'm saying? I'll be telling people, if you don't want to be sorted, don't come to the YouTube or to the to the internet space. You know what I'm saying? So I'm very happy for Chidinma. Chidinma and this one right now. So and more will still follow, sir. More still coming. So meanwhile, let me go straight on to this woman you described as the most beautiful woman. No, she's not the most beautiful woman at her age. 55 years old is still very young in the Nigeria context. So Ireti Kinjigbe at 70-something. Have you seen that woman? You don't see that woman? You don't see the prettiness of that, Ireti Kinjigbe? Is she not more sexier and beautiful at 70-something years? Yeah, I wanted to rate her right now. Are you with me, sir?
I'm here now. Beauty is subjective anyway. Every man to his own taste. But I cannot even imagine you comparing Ireti Kinjigbe with Bianca Ojo.
That woman is so sweet. That grandmama.
Are you serious?
I love her.
Even in her prime, she wasn't pretty.
Because that we people from this south, we the Bendelites and then all these Igbos, we are naturally yellow. Maybe that's what is attracting you there. But otherwise,
where is Ireti Kinjigbe from? Is she from Bendel?
No, she's not a yellow woman. That's why that's what I'm talking about. That probably because she's not a yellow woman, that's why you are looking at her. But
no, she does. We all know Ireti Kinjigbe now. What are you?
No, Bianca Ojukwu is naturally yellow, just like my uncle, my cousins, my sister, my younger sister is. Most of our people there and Igbo people were born yellow. Probably that's what is attracting you there. That's what I meant. So, but if you look at a black beauty in Nigeria right now, I would rather give Madam Ireti Kinjigbe Miss Nigeria for life. She's too pretty at 70-something years old. You know what I'm saying? She's so pretty. You can't compare her. And that woman was just going there to be speaking like Now you see why I always get offended. You know what I'm saying? Whenever remember that I've been telling you when you try to explain to the people that what Tony was against, that I want people to be speaking like an African all the time. You know, that woman was just in Ghana to be speaking and then that guy, that Ghanaian diplomat, you see the way she just fired, you know, he fired her or fired us. You know that, you see, look, take note of how he explained.
Hold on. So that's a ticking gigway right there. The person that the person that Tony is referencing and is insisting that she's more pretty.
70s.
Can you just not shout? He's insisting that she's more pretty than this guy. So carry on, Tony.
Yeah. At her age, she's 70. I think 72 years right now, or approaching 72. I mean, that's the most beautiful woman in Nigeria right now. She's so sexy. She's so sweet. I will just, if she say, come and marry me, I will marry. You know, even though that I never marry anybody, I don't want to marry. But it's, man, I love that woman too much. I was really happy last week when I learned that she was a divorcee. You know, I love that woman at her age. You know, it reminds me of some white women here, you know, because some white women, you know, when you see them, they're in their 60s, you still love them. You know what I'm saying? You prefer them than 18 years old. You know, there's a term for people like you. They call them granny grabbers. Are you a granny grabber? No, I'm just a natural. You know, I love the animals' ways of life. You know, animals' ways of life. You know, because you know, I mean, this one is too attractive. You know, but as you know, did you take note, or the viewers took note of what the Ghanaian diplomat, how he described the situation that has been happening between us and Ghana? You know that he didn't want to say that Ghana deported Nigerians. You see, he said that in the 60s, Ghanaians deported foreigners. You see, then and then he went further now to be saying that to be describing the Ghana must go situation as in 1983, that Nigeria deported 1 million Ghanaians. You see, but he didn't say that they deported 3 million Nigerians in 1969. You see, so and then Bianca Juku was just playing Mumu there, Mugu, Maga.
If you say Bianca is beautiful, what do you want to say about Obi Ezekosili? She's more beautiful than Bianca now.
Obi Ezekosili, you may be right. You know, that skipped my mind. Look at that, the elegant beauty that's Obi Ezekosili.
I beg, make not forget all those other people there. Make not just at her age, 72 years old, and she's too fresh. You know, she's too fresh. Jama will say fresh from fast. That is fresh from the gas, from the beer vessel. You know what I'm saying? That woman is sweet. I really.
All right. Let's just move it on. I think we've had enough of
politics now. Politics, yes. So now we go to this Fashola. And, Fashola is very wrong there. You know, Charlie Boy. You know, growing up, you know what I'm saying. As a little boy, I love Charlie Boy and Felix Liberty. You know, this Lover Boy. You know Lover Boy, Felix Liberty.
Yes, Ngozi, was it on that? Ngozi is Ngozi, didn't it?
But I'm your Lover Boy. You know, okay, that's Christo Koche. The other one is Lover Boy from Benin City. I used to go to his house. You know, so he's very good boy. And then Charlie Boy, all those people. You know, I used to go to the other guy's house because he was having Judy's house opposite my one of my uncle's house. You know, Bowo, close to the University of Benin there. So I used to go to his house as a kid. He would give me some money for sweet, for goody and all those kind of stuff. You know, yeah. So, but Charlie Boy, bus stop, that was okay. What is wrong with that? You know what I'm saying, Charlie Boy? I mean, I don't know this kind of politics. Why didn't we start with changing the name of Murtala Muhammad Airport? You know what? That has been my agenda here. You know, it is on record. All those Murtala Muhammad way. Take it out. Take it off from any part.
The Nnamdi Azikiwe Airport.
No, Nnamdi Azikiwe is okay. Nnamdi Azikiwe is okay. It's a Satana. You know what I'm saying? Let us start. At regional.
But that's in Abuja now. That's the Abuja.
No. But Murtala Muhammad Airport should be changed to Eko International Airport. Eko.
Yes.
Not be Lagos.
Yeah. But hold on. What about Nnamdi Azikiwe Airport, which is the name of the airport in Abuja?
That one not concern me now. They know what the Northerners will know what they can do, what they want to do with their whole part of the country. But the one when it concern us, maybe those monuments were there for.
Yeah, but you're from Edo now. You're not from Lagos, so it doesn't even concern you. It doesn't concern me.
I say hold on. Do you know that what is there? Hold on. Only Ibadan that we don't have all these Hausa street names. If you go to Benin and Lagos, they all. I mean, riddle with all these Hausa names. Murtala Muhammad Way in Benin. There's also there. They should take it off. Then Lagos, Eko, International Airport. Don't go to that place. Don't go to that place. We are part of the Lagos play. You do listen to Baba speak now, and many people speak here. Johnny Coco, when they speak, you are just, woman. What is ordinary trail line? What is development? It's okay for us. But don't forget the beginning of Lagos. You know what I'm saying? Look at your Oba. They are children. They are children. Right up to Badagry. They are the children of the Oba of Benin. That's okay. We're not fighting over all this. You're not from Lagos. Who tells you you're not from Lagos? I know Lagos pass you now. You don't drive Kabu for Lagos before you come out. You fear that they will fight you now.
Hold on. You are not from Lagos, and neither am I. So everybody.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, but it's okay. But at the end of the day, we are the same people. I trust me. So Lagos, Edo. Now we form your empire now. Your kingdom.
Okay, I don't even want to.
Yes. Yeah, Romanian. So Romanian from Benin. After Benin, then he went to go and form
No. Let's just give us something. Give us about 2 minutes, and then we move.
Yeah, but I don't want any quarrel. Hold on. No. Let me finish.
No. I can't bear it. I'm sorry, I can't bear it. Just don't do it. Don't do the screaming and shouting. I can't bear it.
Yeah, but it's your fault in one manner.
Yeah. How is it my fault?
Somebody will come. You have topic. You will not let that person speak to topic. You will be going. You will allow him. We just.
Tony never speaks to topic now, but today is a special. It's just going to go on. Don't give me a headache. Give us about 2 minutes, and then let me just move it on, Tony.
Yeah. So okay. So woman. So let me tell you something. Southern Nigerians. I said that we are one. We should start building bridges. You know what I'm saying? Because we are facing a common enemy. They are taking over all our bushes, and not be this time we'll come to fight each other. Let us be working together so that we can be able to find peace. Let us find peace with the Igbos. Let us talk to them. Let us tell them that what they are doing in Ghana is not right. What they are doing in Edo is not right. But at the end of the day, also we should work together. They should fire about it. They should cool down, calm down, and they will work together as brother and sister. They are still our siblings. You know what I'm saying? Then that area that I was speaking is that not somebody that is so educated like you, and then a former Jehovah's Witness, good people, that you be saying that you want to separate people because of say you see some development in Lagos, and then the Edo people are playing they waste, they steal their money, they cannot develop their space. It doesn't make. That's why I'm happy now that guy is already there. If Tinubu can help us to give kind of a facelift to Edo. We are the owner of the country. Edo is the owner of the country. That is the kingdom. That's the country name of Nigeria. So what are you saying? That is the Sultan Sokoto a traditional ruler or a religious leader? Why can you bypass Edo king? And then you say that Ausama and be those emirs, now they be the permanent whatever you call them. So all those kind of stuff. So we need to work together. Like as I said, we should take all those names out. Let us put names of Europe of men like Awolowo, Enahoro across the southern Nigeria, Azikiwe, all those kind of people. If we want to still be together in one country, you know what I'm saying. So I don't have problem with that. And the Fashola should have done that because I used to love him. But I mean, Charlie Boy is just a musician. And then what is strong in if we say that Michael Jackson Street in Lagos or in Benin or in Ibadan, because they are black people, good people. They promote our culture and tradition. That's okay, sir. So I don't want to disturb you. So any other one for politics or whatever,
Like I said, there wasn't that much in the news cycle. But if you have anything you want to speak to, you can speak to it. And then we're going to Solly.
Yes, sir. So like that, what I just said now about Bianca Ojukwu did it do well because the Ghana man was talking about how Nigeria deported their people, 3 million, and then he didn't tell the war. 1 million, but he didn't tell us exactly that is where I was expecting Bianca Ojukwu to have countered him and said, no, it was Ghana that deported Nigerians. They said in the 1969, they said even in the 50s also, they did that also because Nigeria was down. So, so she didn't perform well there. She was trying to copy Wole Soyinka. It was blue grammar. You know what I'm saying? Like blue grammar, which I didn't even understand. The man that was even listening to it didn't even understand her at all. So she was a total failure. Then I said that she misconstrued or misunderstood the color of her skin to be a beautiful woman. That I said that Ereti Kijibe. Okay, eh?
No,
So I see you.
don't do that.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Tony. So thank you, Tony. So from Tony, we're going to Solly. Solly, you're up next. We start to do 5-7 minutes monologue because the room is populating and people don't like to be held for too long. Solly, you're up next. Solly, it's been a moment. Solly. Yes, all right. You there?
Yes, and I heard you.
What did I say? I said, Solly, you're up next. I said 5-7 minutes monologue. Solly, you're up next.
No, you said Otimugboyo.
Well, I wondered, I know you don't do it anymore now. So, how are you? It's been a moment.
I'm good. I can start with the Fashola issue. I don't see the point in what he's saying. If we really want to preserve our identity, why don't we just separate from Nigeria?
What's the correlation? Why can't we preserve our identity within Nigeria?
No, let's go all out. Since it's all about preserving our identity, why doesn't it push for us to just separate totally from Nigeria so that we know?
Yeah, but why would we need to separate from Nigeria to preserve our? I don't. There's no correlation.
So we not have anybody. You look. Okay, let's say it buys. Let's say in the next 5-10 years, other people will start bringing their identity, putting their street name again, and all these things. So to totally avoid it, if that's what he's really trying to do, let's go all out. Let's go home all the way to the top. Let's separate from the country. Why not? But they are just trying to spite the Igbo people. That's just the way I see it.
It wasn't only Charlie Boy's name that was removed. There was a whole slew of names removed.
Yes,
but it was just they just latched onto the Charlie Boy narrative.
Yeah,
and by the way, the Charlie Boy bus stop, it wasn't formally recognized. It wasn't a registered bus stop.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about the Charlie Boy. I'm not talking. I'm talking about in general.
Right.
Claiming that they want to start teaching Yoruba, they want to start putting signs in Yoruba, they want to start changing streets name. I'm not even talking about.
Yes, in Yoruba land though,
yes,
they want to teach Yoruba in Yoruba land. What's
the point? If you really want to do it, then separate let us have the Yoruba land itself. There's no point in being in Nigeria and saying that you want to force a specific language or force this thing in one region. No. If you want to be a Nigerian,
so they should let the Yoruba language die a natural death. What are you?
Now that's the point.
They are not putting it on the national. Apologies, but they're not putting it on the national curriculum. They are putting it in their regional space.
Nigeria is not using a regional system, right? We are Wazobia, so. Onto that, we must suffer some consequences. They have to put Igbo, they have to put Hausa. In fact, they must put everything. Maybe you want to be Nigeria, then why are you complaining? Why are you trying to do regional things in a system that is not a regional system? Igbo people should come there. In fact, more Igbo people from Anambra should come to Lagos and continue to insult us. Since they want to stay in Nigeria, then let's suffer the consequences. All this complaining, all this little childish pettiness and charade, how old is this guy? I don't know why Nigerians will be old and they'll be behaving like children. You are in Nigeria. What you are doing is illegal. What you are doing is tribalistic. If you don't want any complaint, if you don't want all this problem, remove yourself from the Nigerian system totally. If we're being honest, they just want to spite Igbo people. That's just it. because of
But
the
but
last
but
election.
but why Igbo people though? What has it got to do with Igbo people?
No, because Igbo people don't know how to, they may get offended now. They don't know how to
Offended
respect
by
the
what?
people that is not
Offended
Igbo land.
by teaching Yoruba? Why would the Hausa people or the Edo people or the Benue people or the all other people that make up Lagos? Why would they not be offended?
One man,
Why is it specifically
they will not be
targeted?
offended because they know it is not their own land.
Right.
The only people that used to complain and disrespect other people's land is you know who now. So
So
the last
to
election,
concede
one
to
man,
that,
you're asking me a question and you don't let me talk.
all right, carry on. I'm just trying to see where just
The,
the logical consistency of what you're saying, but carry on.
Okay. The last election, even here on this platform, I said it that the way these guys are behaving, these Yoruba people, I know them, they will retaliate. You cannot just be going up and down, insulting all these people, saying Lagos is no man's land, doing all this kind of craziness, and expect them to just sit down and take it. Just because they sit down and don't talk does not mean that they are not wicked. This is just the beginning. They will do so many things. Look at them. They are even trying to. How many Igbo people got elected during the local government chairmanship? And normally they used to get elected. So they have gone. They've shown their bad character, and every other tribe. They just have to pretend as if it's a Yoruba thing, but the main target is just Igbo people. That's just it. They are trying to spite them. They are trying to remove them. They are trying to remove every form of recognition and power that they have in the Southwest, especially because of that Lagos is no man's narrative. They want to show them that Lagos is a Yoruba land. So that's just the way I see it.
All right. So what else are you looking at in the politics? Are you looking at the ADC space, or Labour or the PDP courting Peter Obi to come back, or what are you looking at in politics?
I hate at this point. It is hatred. Sorry for the use of the word. I hate talking about those people. ADC, PDP, those guys they are born losers. They are not defeating anybody. They are not defeating. Look, Tinubu can continue to destroy the country and he still won't lose. And when you try to tell these people this thing, they don't listen because they like to be delusional. The number one way to solve your problem is to identify that there's a problem. They don't want to understand who Tinubu is. Some of them act like they are
I
in
think
America.
these people know Tinubu a lot better than you. You know Atiku Abubakar, Tinubu and Atiku Abubakar, they came out of what was known then as the Musa Yar'Adua stable, which was the progressives at that time, going back about 3 decades. So they've been in lockstep in politics for 3 decades. So you
Okay.
can't say Atiku doesn't know who Tinubu is.
Okay, then why doesn't he defeat Tinubu since he knows him so well? Why is this?
Because Tinubu is is he knowing him so well? Tinubu is intending to win as well. So what do you mean? Why doesn't he defeat him?
If he knows him so well, why does
Yes.
he keep making the same mistakes he makes?
Which is what? Which is what?
It doesn't look. One man. Okay, is Atiku going to defeat Tinubu since he knows him so well? I'm asking you a question. Is he going to defeat
No, he knows him better than you, but Tinubu is cleverer than him.
No.
So that doesn't mean he doesn't know him.
If you know somebody, it doesn't matter how clever the person is. The fact that you know them means you know their weaknesses and you know their strengths. And you know
but they know you too. They know you too.
All right.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't know why I think you are just trying to force.
No, there's no logical. Apply logic to what you're saying. I know you very well. You know me very well. If we lock in battle, as well as I know you, you know me well. If you are smarter than me, you defeat me now because we know each other very well. So the fact that he knows him doesn't mean he can defeat him, which is what seems to rankle Atiku so much.
Okay, if he knows him and he knows that he's cleverer than him and he knows that he's going to win, why enter the battle? Since he knows him so well.
He doesn't concede that he's cleverer than him, but events tell us that Tinubu is cleverer than him. Because as much as Atiku maneuvers, Tinubu outmaneuvers him. But he doesn't concede that Tinubu is cleverer than him.
if let me ask you a question. If you know me so well and you feel that if you go into a battle with me, you will lose. In fact, you know you lose. Will you fight
No,
with me?
I don't know I would lose. That you don't get it, do you? He feels he can defeat Tinubu because he knows him so well, but
Okay.
he is not recognizing that Tinubu knows him equally as well, and Tinubu also feels that he can defeat him because he knows him so well. So it is the actual happenings, is what actually happens that defines. It's not, he feels he can permutate to unseat Tinubu now, and Tinubu feels that he cannot, and it's the result that would land who the winner is. So it's not conceding that it doesn't. You don't get it, do you? All right, carry on.
I fully understand, but I don't agree with you. These people are a joke to me. I don't like talking about them. I already know that they are going to lose. I don't see the point in conversing about them. We just have to wait till 2027 and see how much of a loss they will take. As for the Anambra boy, you know, you see, when you say the truth to people in the Southeast, that have lived in the Southeast all their life, I'm not talking about people that have left the Southeast. I noticed that they don't like hearing the truth. They don't like hearing the truth. When Soludo said that over 90% of the kidnapping that is going on is by the Southeasterners, you should, if he wasn't the governor, I'm sure they would have lynched him. The obsession with blaming everybody outside the Southeast, is what is burning the Southeast to the ground. And it's not going to stop. It's just like watching a movie. We can't do anything about it. We can just watch it burn down. And it's just going to keep on getting worse. They'd rather blame Fulani or Hausa people or whatever. The obsession with trying to take out the Fulani people, will not allow them to face the internal issue. The obsession with, tribalism, like, they blame everybody for being tribalistic, as in, while making that statement, they will say something tribalistic. When I came on this platform years ago and I said the most similar people I've seen to Igbo people that are white are Germans, people started screaming and shouting here. Go to Germany. Just go to Germany for 1 week. You will see how similar they are. The way they talk, the way they think. I think Tony will understand exactly what I'm saying. The way they do everything is just the same way Igbo people behave too. So they are not going to learn from their mistakes. It's just going to keep on getting worse. When are they going to learn? I don't know. I really don't know. Even if you give them Biafra. In fact, if you give them Biafra, it will burn faster down than if you give them, than them being in Nigeria. The only reason why it hasn't burned down is because they are in Nigeria. So I'm not surprised. This has been going on. It's going to continue. They say kidnapping is going on everywhere. For me, as long as the kidnapping is not going on in a place where there are natural resources, it is the indigenes, it is the people living there that are committing the kidnapping. And they are always so wicked. Like, it's not even, if you look at political, like who kidnaps politicians and unalives them and stuff, it happens more in the Southwest. Most of the violence, done by the indigenes happens more in the Southeast.
I'm not quite sure that the records show that. How many politicians have been kidnapped in the Southeast?
I don't know. I've heard stories, but I can't recollect them now. But anyways, now as for the Fashola guy, I'm not surprised. That is how Ekiti people play their politics now. Somebody like Fayemi, they didn't like him because he's too serious, he behaves too educated. They like their Fashola. He likes to go into the market, he eats corn with them, he laughs with them, so they will vote for him like that. Even the current governor of Ekiti, the Fayemi that fought for him to get there, he has gone back to down meet Fashola because Fashola understands state politics. That's just how they are in Ekiti. They don't want to develop. They like their village lifestyle. They like their illiterate lifestyle, and they are not going to change. One man, do you know that they still have bank robberies in Ekiti, and people behave like it's normal? Very local set of people. But Yeah, Nigerians are not ready to fix majority
The
of
most
their problems.
educated people in Nigeria are the Ekiti people.
Yeah, so
Yeah, they can't be how you are describing them. They are so civilized.
you can go to Ekiti and experience it
Only
yourself.
that due to their
Because
simplicity,
somebody is drinking,
their ways of life is cool. They are good people, temperamentful. Now you understand
okay,
German now. They are full of temperament. Good people.
God bless you, Tony. Don't mind this guy that doesn't know anything about
If you take a Kitty person and a Odo person and Edo people, you blindfold them, go and drop them in one bush, they will survive together. Unless when they start to speak their dialect, you know that they are different. Their system is different. Their farming system is different. Cocoa plantations, cola nut plantation on the street to the farm.
All right.
We are the most civilized. Okay.
All right.
question.
No, don't ask Tony a question. Just wrap it up in about 2 minutes so that we can get other people to speak.
Because you say Ekiti people are the most educated. Let me just point this out. The Germans too are they not educated, but when they start talking about race, don't they used to sound like idiots? Don't they used to sound like illiterates? So
No. That is just German old is hate. Not be saying lack of education. They are the most civilized. They are the most educated people in the world now. German, they developed the American economy, the technology, everything still be imported from Germany. So, but at the end of the day, they don't want to see you because of your color.
But when it comes to the race, they start behaving like illiterates.
No, not like illiterate. That is like I don't know. It's like it's just hate. That is they just wonder where you are dropping out from. That's your color.
It's not hate. It's superiority.
Thank you. Thank you.
You know. This is the thing that people don't get about white people. They have no reason to see you as an equal because there's nothing in the antecedents of history that tells you that you are equal to them. And out of the white mix, even the Germans, they elevate to the top of that mix still. So they have their history and what they have done in the world. It entitles them to a sense of superiority, and that's why they look down on everybody. But let's move it around. Let's take it to Zita just to get through the room fairly quickly so that people are not held for too long. Zita, you're up next. We don't have an abundance of topic, so we're just free flowing somewhat. But the floor is yours. 5-7 minutes monologue, Zita. All right, Zita is in the fridge again. Oh, Zita. All right, Madam Zita. Oh, okay. As we are with Zita, let's hear from Man of Prestige, who has been away for so long. Prestige, what happened? Did you travel?
Yeah, hold on one moment. Just a second. All right. Greetings, everybody. It's nice to be on the platform again. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You sound nice and refreshed. It usually takes 2 days for the holiday to be beaten out of somebody, so you must be fresh back. How are you? What are you looking at in the politics?
Well, I don't know so much about politics, actually. I think we're about 8 hours behind, where you are right now. So I just got back this morning. I've been gone for a while. I took a trip with my parents and, and my family member. We went to the island, some Caribbean islands. So
how was it? A lot of seafood and all that, Abby?
Actually, we went to up to 6 countries to be precise. Just starting from Puerto Rico, all the way to Saint Bartholomew, Barbados, Dominican Republic, Saint Martin, so just my dad,
And the language varied, did they? Because I know some of those islands, they are Creole, aren't they?
Yeah, some of them speak Creole, but it's a very tourist. Most of those are very tourist areas, so they speak English too. Particularly the area where where we went. So, but it was a nice, refreshing. So, so I'm back this morning. Back to I don't really know what's going on in Nigeria because me and my family, we have this oath that we took. Whenever we are on vacation, we don't go to social media that much. Particularly right now that I'm with my parents and other brothers and sisters. It was a lot of us that went. So social media wasn't anything I have to go to. So most of the things that I'm going to talk to is what I just gathered this morning, and I play one. I think I played this thing yesterday. Try to refresh, see what's going on in Nigeria. But to be more precise, I don't really want to get into politics about what's going on in Nigeria. I think I'm getting tired of that. Okay. I want to preserve my mental well-being. So the only thing I'm going to talk, then I will listen after that. Like I said, about all this Lagos renaming of street and all that kind of stuff. Look, I think I'm going to chill about that when it comes to Nigeria. Nigerian politics. Having said that, I'm just going to talk about the Super Falcons. That's where I derive my joy. And so congratulations to the Super Falcon. They achieved the S victory. Which is a monumental, achievement compared to no other African countries, not even in the world, has have achieved that. I think the only country that maybe Brazil have done it. I think 5 or 7 times. But anyway, having said that, so congratulations. There's a topic I want to touch that I heard you all talk about yesterday. Oh, actually, it was by a very dark man. So sometimes very dark man just says something. I mean, I like very dark man, but sometimes he bring out a topic, you know, that in my own opinion, he's kind of illiterate about, or he has he has no knowledge about what's actually happening. That's why they classify him as one of the most foolish influencers in Nigeria. I think they rank him from what I read today. They rank him number 2 in Nigeria. I don't know if you all know who Daniel Rega is. Daniel Rega was number 1. Very Dark Man was number 2. This is a topic. Reno was number 3 or whatever. Femi, Kayoda, and some other things. 10 of them. But anyway, so the point I'm trying to make about Very Dark Man, he's one that brought that topic about my governor Hope Uzodinma. I mean, I'm not a fan of Hope Uzodinma, okay, but the way Very Dark Man played that story, he did not really get the full context of what actually happened. Hope Uzodinma has been doing that for a long, long time. This is not the first time he has done it. And there's about 8, because the Falcon is dominated by the Yoruba and Igbos. I think 24 of them, maybe 11 Yorubas, 11 Igbo, but, something like that. It's only other, something like a BB and some was that person, but the rest are Igbo and Yoruba. But having said that, out of that 11 or whatever, I don't know the number, 8 of them are actually from Imo. So when he took out 7 of them, the only person that wasn't there was Michelle Anozie, originally from Iba. I mean, a lot of them born, overseas. Esto Koronko is from Abia. But anyway, he has done it before. Even last time they went to the World Cup, he invited them to the Were, and give them land and some other things. I mean, to me, is that a right thing to do? If you want to invite them, he can invite all of them. I don't have an issue with them, but he's tried to patronize the indigenous of that particular state. He's not the only one has done it. This goes back, way, way, way back. The Delta State governor, he's, Okocha, what's his name? The guy that died, Keshi. By that time, there's more player from Delta State, that comprise of super egos, they invite them and give them a house or something like that. Even last year, when the Falcons went to the
do you not get the point that Very Dark Man was making?
No, he's wrong, because he made it sound like hold on. I'm landing somewhere. He made it sound like Uzodinma. Like I said, I'm not a fan of Uzodinma.
It made it sound ethnic.
Right, he made it sound like Uzodinma invited the whole Igbo. No, he did not invite the whole Igbo. Like I said, it's about 11 Igbos in that, in that team. But he invited only Imo indigene. There's no other indigene. If you see there, Esther Koroncha was in there. The other guy, Uchen Indio from Anambra, she was in there. Just the Imo indigene. He has, like I said, he has done it before. He gave them house and everything. So the way Very Dark Man, neither he didn't understand or ignorance, or he does not did his research. He just made it like he invited the whole Igbo team. There's no other Igbo from any other state that he invited that was in there. Not even one. Go and find out. Like I stated, Imo has 8 players in all, but 7 of them was invited. Michelle Aloje was in there, so the rest, Echegini or whatever, some of them that hasn't even been to that country. That lady, Christy Echegini, that went to Florida State and Mississippi, I'm very familiar with him. But anyway, having said that, the way he made it sound, that wasn't the right narrative. It's painted like it's more Look at Hope Uzodinma that behave like he's an Hausa person. Can you even imagine Hope Uzodinma being tribalistic? I mean, he doesn't sound look like somebody.
I can't imagine it. Actually, I don't see him in
Right.
that manner. I don't see him at
So
all.
my fault is
I
about.
see Alex Ote as a tribalist, but I don't see
Okay,
Hope
that may be,
Uzodinma.
but definitely I can bet on Hope Uzodinma. He's not like that. As much as I don't like his politicking and everything, is he doing something maybe okay? Yeah, to a certain degree. I'm just going to use my time to talk what I want to talk. Like I said, I don't want to dive into those other politics. Okay, but
Before you leave that space, what do you make of the white girl that's playing for the Falcons?
well, yeah, he's eligible to play from the Falcon because of his grandfather is from Lagos, a Yoruba man. Yes, he's eligible, and he chooses to
He
play for
doesn't look
Nigeria.
anything like Yoruba to me. Oh, she looks
No,
as white
the
as white.
grandfather is a Yoruba. Yeah, the grandfather is a Yoruba. So, forget about all this Morocco because Morocco right now, they have lodged a complaint because they are sorry losers. They have lodged a complaint that, we feeded how they got their how they got their eligibility is incorrect. So they are suing Nigeria right now. They say they should forfeit the cup. They say actually Plumper is one of them, which is wrong. That lady, used to play. I think she used to play for Leicester City or whatever. The woman before he played his future to Nigeria. I think 2022.
I think she plays in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, no. Currently, I'm talking about she played for England before. I mean England, Lexington. Then she's playing in
Yeah, I think
Saudi
she was
Arabia.
at Crystal Palace, and then she
Crystal
went from
Palace, okay.
Crystal
Now she's
Palace.
playing in Saudi. She's playing in Raya, but is she eligible to play in Nigeria? Right. She is completely. Like I said, the first time in her she future was for Nigeria was 2022. So Morocco are just beating the drum. That doesn't make sense. I think him and Michel Alozie, two of them, they say they're not supposed to play for Nigeria or something like that. So that's nonsense. But anyway, I just want to put things in context about what Very Dark Man Very Dark Man was saying. It doesn't make any sense. Should Hope Uzodinma invite them? Yeah, there's nothing wrong about that. But he's not the only one that was doing it. Like I was saying, the Osun State Governor Adeleke last year I think last 2 years when the Falcons was beaten by England by penalty, Adeleke invited Ajibade. I mean, I like that lady a lot. She's very classical. The captain of Super Falcon. She's from that place. I think two of them. Adeleke invited them last year, yeah, and hosted them and give them cash and all that kind of thing. So that's not really even the Edo State Samuel Ozagezi that played for Fernandez. He was invited by the Edo State governor and give him house and everything. So it's not really new. It's only Lagos State. When they invite people, they always invite everybody. That's the only state that does it. But even Ademola Lukman, they invited him, last year, and did something for him. But I don't really see any problem in that. If Uzodinma has invited all Igbo players in that team, just then I'll probably have issues. I say, why are you doing that? That sounds very sectional in my own opinion. Or you can call it tribalism. So that's the only thing I wanted to say, but I'm just proud of the guys. They have done so well, about what's happening.
Yes, I watched highlights of it. It was quite an impressive game, actually. It was almost to the level of men football.
Man, that's the only time I took her to watch it, while I was there, I mean, I thought they was going to lose that game. I was just proud of them. That lady, Esther Koroja, man, the lady is good. People don't know about her. She played for Toronto FC. Go and watch her, how she used her left foot. We have good players. And this game is going to be repeated again next year in Morocco. So we see what happens because right now they are lodging complaining about the referee and everything. So, but we have a lot of young players. We have a lot of young players. That's what people don't really realize. Like the leading goal scorer in Nigeria right now. That supposed to have been invited. Because people was complaining before they go, why did they invite some of the old players like Osiala, that is playing here, that is not, one of the best players Nigeria ever had. They say she's too old or whatever, but she was invited for experience. So the point I'm trying to make, we have a lot of young players. One of the players that should have been invited, what's his name? Is it Ajibade or whatever? The best local player right now. Even another lady, a young lady that's playing for Seattle here. I think Monday Gift. give money the right. So we have a lot of young players. Even I thought some of them are gonna be, well, a lot of them are young. Jibede is only 25, and some of them, so we're gonna be good. I just want to talk about the Super Eagles. Super Falcons. Okay, that's all I need to talk. Somebody else can go on. I don't want to talk about politics.
All right, brilliant, excellent. I thought we had Niger man here. He's dropped. Ola's dropped as well. So that defaults then to Patoski. Patoski Europe. No, Zita. I think Zita seems to be ready for us. Zita Europe next. All right then, Patoski.
Woman,
So there you are.
how na day?
We did, can't we?
Okay, so what are you people talking about today?
We just the gist, so nothing really in the politics today. So the politics was so bad. We were talking about your Fayoshe, and then
what did he do?
Oh, it was just he facilitated the appointment of somebody to get a seat on a board, and then that person gifted him a whole chicken. That's how we're scraping the barrels of the news. That's just where we are now. But there is this one as well that the ADC, they are giving Obi and El Rufai a special fiat for them to remain in their respective parties while still being part of that coalition. So, and then somebody is suing the coalition to insist that he's the chairman of that coalition and all of that. So, not really an abundance in the news, but we're just.
Man, I don't really know why you keep calling those things coalition. They didn't collide anything. It's just some kind of funny, unserious-minded politicians jumping from one party to the other. There's nothing like what is coalition. When you see coalition, I think it has happened in Nigeria before, so I don't even know why people are calling that thing. It doesn't really. I'm looking at when I was passing, I saw you discussing about the girl that won Miss Nigeria or Miss whatever, second runner up or whatever. Say she's in Malawi or where?
No, Chidinma additional. There's a Nigerian. Are you aware that Nigeria won the Female African Nations Cup? So one of the Nigerian players, Chioma Okafor, she was born in Malawi, and then she had all of the opportunities to play for Malawi, but they couldn't accept her because she had a Nigerian first and last name. So it mirrored somewhat what happened to that Chidinma additional. So they rejected her, and then she found prominence in Nigeria now. And then one of the Malawian commentators has come out then to say that they have to revise that sort of mentality. So we were just drawing parallels between the two.
So anyway, as I said yesterday, now some countries they want to secure their land. They always believe that they want to shine. You as a foreigner should not come in their land and shine. But it is what it is. The globalization is not working. But that's actually not. I wanted to speak on something quite different. Well, I know that if I say it here, the whole place will be rowdy.
I'll say it now. We're used to rowdiness anyway. Now, not be war zone with the run for here. Now war zone now.
I was trying to speak on what is happening in Gaza. I don't know why the world is doing what they're doing. Honestly, sincerely speaking,
I thought you approved of it. I thought you were saying the Israelis should slaughter them all.
You don't understand what I am saying. What I'm trying to say is that the attention that they're giving on the side of Israel, if the world can as much as turn that attention, even if it's just for 1 month, on Hamas, this war will end. I don't know why nobody is putting pressure on them. I don't know why. Because if you say somebody is holding your thing, and because that person is holding something that belongs to you, you're not gonna let go. And for 3 years now, or for 2 years now, everybody has been shouting, let go, let go, let go. You are holding, everything is tearing, trousers are tearing, shirts are tearing, pants are tearing, let go. And you are still holding on. Why don't they change the narrative or tell the other party, at least for 1 month? I'm not saying for 2 years, just for 1 month. Because the site is becoming gory. It's obvious to me 2 of them cannot live there. That's just the truth. Like it, hate it, it's not anything.
So the Palestinians should be removed then, it's your...
Well, you see, woman, in this life, life is...
Might is right, Abby.
Huh?
Might is right. The stronger gets to get the pick of everything. Might is right.
Yeah, you don't overrule that on earth. You don't. I keep telling people, but they don't listen. When they talk about United States, I will tell them, listen, any country or group of countries that want to do anything to United States, they have to do a very good job. It's not all about holding meetings and flying up and down with their presidential jets, giving themselves name and walking pocket. It can never unseat the United States. The same thing I'm telling them in Nigeria. If you want to unseat somebody that put in a lot of work to get in there, you too have to put in a lot of work to take him out. It's as simple as ABC. So 2 of them cannot stay there. It's obvious they can't. There is nowhere where they can stay there together. The anger has gone overboard.
So what happens to the Palestinians then? Wipe them all out, or?
I don't know. But what I am saying, the bombing, the starvation and everything, if the whole world, as they're screaming, and some trying to recognize people who...
Is the world right to be alarmed by what we are seeing? Are we right to be alarmed by what we're seeing coming out of Gaza?
Yeah, we are all human beings. When you see things like that, you are supposed to be alarmed, unless you don't have human feelings.
Me, I'm not alarmed though. I'll never be alarmed. You know, what's my own business?
Okay,
We
no
have
problem.
We have more than enough problems in Nigeria.
That's okay.
What's my own business?
And then what is happening in...
why are they not alarmed?
So if you don't care about them, then why should they care about you?
If they don't care about me, why am I caring about them? People that when they were sending missiles, they did not allow other people to enter the safe zones. You are now caring about them. If you were there, they would have pushed you on the streets. I don't understand. Let me not lie. This kind of thing used to piss me off, especially when I hear people talking about Ukraine. These people literally pushed a pregnant woman off the train that there was space from. And we were the same people that they hate. We're not saying if we are human beings, we're caring about them. I don't understand.
Who is speaking, by the way?
That's Solly.
Solly. You see, the way we talk sometimes we speak as if we don't realize that this place is a lot of people are listening. The last time I heard from you, you said that during slavery, the blacks were being eaten. They cook them and eat them. And then, sometimes you said about all manner of horrible things they did to them. And some people even, some accounts even say they give them their poo to eat. Some accounts say they give them their weed to drink. And the general account was that they despise them and their look. And then if you despise somebody and their look, and you give them their shit, and they do all manner of all jobs to you, and you flog them to the extent that they get sore, and some of them, their wounds are not healing, and then you turn around and say, those people cook them and eat them. You know, when we say things like this, we mumble our case. Every issue on earth has weight. Racism, tribalism, slavery, they're very weighty. But the way they run it these days, it becomes things that you hear, you don't even care any longer.
Sorry, Madam Zita, before you divert way out of your point, could you conclude? I want to know your conclusion on the issue in Gaza. What are you asking the Palestinians to do, or Hamas or Israel? What are you concluding?
What I said, let me repeat myself again. For 2 years, there was riot in the street, riot on campus, flying Hamas, tying head ties, screaming, even to the extent that some Jews and some Israelis were at harm. Most of them were hurt. Some led to fatality all over the world. For 2 years. And Israel is not letting go. And they gave a simple excuse. Give us our people. And in all those demonstrations, all those presidents speaking, all those recognition of a land called Palestine, and all those anger and bitterness, none of them considered what is causing the problem. And I said, why don't you change it and say, these people, you must release these people. And let's see what Israel will do, whether they will continue fighting or bombing the whole place or starving those people.
But that's the only leverage now. There's no chance of Israel ever stopping. You know that they started demolishing all those places. They chase these people out and then they'll demolish all of the buildings there. That is to indicate then that they have no intentions of letting them back.
Okay, so you see, that's why I brought this topic. I actually wanted you to say this. I was expecting one of you to say just this thing you said so that I will take it from there.
Madam, can I interject you a bit?
Let me finish.
I don't want to say that you should concentrate on the Nigeria politics and then Anambra State, and Imo State, and Edo State, and Oyo State. Don't talk about Arab politics here.
I'm wondering how this concerns black people. It doesn't even affect us in any single way.
It's my turn now. When you get to your turn, you speak what you want to speak. Is it by force? I asked for the topic for today. He told me that we can speak on anything. So I'm speaking on that. When you get to your turn, I think when this program started, you spoke. And what you spoke was not actually politics. You talked about beautiful women. And everybody let you talk.
Madam, continue. Please continue.
So I don't understand this anger and the irritation on what I'm saying. You were given opportunity to drag the topic for today to politics, but you didn't. So why the attack? I don't get it. Anyway, that's by the way. One man, I was actually expecting you to say this. And thank God you said it. You see, so actually what the world was doing, which includes you, is to protect Hamas. If you say that is their only leverage, so what the world is saying, they want to protect Hamas so that weapons should be sold and bombs can be sold. It's ridiculous. But it is what it is. If a small group of people are holding somebody hostage and the whole world is saying, that is all they got. If they release it, that's their end. Are you people really actually kidding me?
Do you think that if Hamas releases all of the hostages, then Israel will stop?
You see, it's just like when...
Because they're after Gaza. They've already taken Gaza anyway, so they're never going to give Gaza back to the Palestinians. And they'll continue to push them. And they won't stop at Gaza. They will take another territory under whatever, especially if they continue to have the present prime minister that they have. Everybody knows what's going on.
Okay, so what you're saying is that Israel is lying. He's not fighting that place because of those
When
hostages.
when has Israel ever told the truth?
Okay, so
They're
they're not
always
asking.
lying.
They are not asking for those hostages. Those hostages are not important to them. So whether you release it or you hold it, it doesn't really matter. They will clear the place. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
Yes.
that
Yes.
yeah, of course.
Okay, since I have a pretty good idea, let me interject with Madam Zita. So, no one's a stronger supporter of Israel than I am. I think, at least on this platform, I would say. But we've heard people like Ben Gavir and Smotrich, the finance minister of Israel, talk about, getting rid. The goal now is to get rid of the Palestinians, okay, from Gaza. And you talked about, you talked about releasing the hostages. Okay, fine, but and from what I've heard and understand also is that Hamas is actually willing to give up power in Gaza, right now and get a new leadership in place. But now it appears that it has become Israel's policy, quite frankly, to to get rid of the Palestinians from Gaza. I think that's the overarching goal of the government at this point in time, and it's quite clearly documented and reported by different agencies, both the Arabs in Israel and other Jewish or Israeli outlets and Western outlets. And quite frankly, I prefer, at the end of the day, I've always talked about this issue being a spiritual issue to the core. I believe the land belongs to the Jewish people 100%. And if there's a way, a more humane way to not to displace the Palestinians, but to get them out of the place, relocate elsewhere, I think that's the best way to go about it. Of course, at the end of the day, seeing
That's exactly
30,000
what they're
children,
going to do anyway.
seeing 30,000 children being killed, being a Christian, being a human being, or whatever you are, you gotta have that feelings. I don't believe Jesus Christ is down for that. No. And I would say, at the end of the day, God is not impartial. I've tried to explain to a lot of people what it means to be a chosen people. A chosen people, which the Jewish people are, doesn't mean that they have the passport or the right to kill other people or destroy other people. Not at all. Because we're documented in the Bible that God punishes the Israelites when they do wrong. A good story to that was what happened. A
Excuse
good
me.
story was what happened
Those are
to.
not choosing anything from any Bible. Those are
Yes,
Europeans that were
chose
pushed out
them?
of Europe. Then secondly, what is all this support? If you were in Israel right now, when Iran was shooting those missiles, they would have pushed you out on the street. So I don't understand what kind of support you are talking about. These are Europeans.
Well, that's what I'm saying. No, the support. Listen, the support is beyond. The support is beyond. Listen. Okay, so let me. One second. Let me tell you. See,
You know that Netanyahu actually has a Polish name, which he changed to Netanyahu.
Europeans.
Well, different people have different names. We all change our name one way or the other, but that's not the point.
You said he has what name?
Where did they choose them from?
A Polish name.
These Europeans.
Okay, so he's from Poland.
In the Arab land. Where did they choose them from?
Okay. And the other Solid is saying that when hold on, this Solid, sometimes you really say something.
I can't see.
Solid, you always say something I usually pick interest in. I listen to people a lot. And I love human, because sometimes when they speak, I imagine what is going on in their brain. Because all we see on earth today came out from human brain. All we are doing, even this one we are using now, speaking to people I have never met before, but I can hear their voice. If I want to see their face, I can see their face just by clicking a button. Not even a button, just by clicking something on my screen. So when you talk sometimes, I begin to... you are a very interesting human being.
What I cannot understand.
Hold on. You said that... You are saying that a black person in Israel, when those bombs were flying into Israel in June, that Israelis will put you out in the street. Is that what you're saying?
It is a categorical fact that they did that.
So they pushed black people in the streets.
Do you want videos?
I hope. Forget it. Never mind.
No, wait, please.
No,
Why is that
I
so
wouldn't go
hard
that
for
route.
you to believe?
Do you
believe that
say
they
what I
love you
wanted
so
to
much?
say? If
Do
I
you
say
believe that
this
they love you
platform
so
will
much?
spring to another direction.
Do
So
you believe that
back
they
to
love you
Africa.
so much that they can never do such a thing?
Back to Africa. Did you
One
remember
man,
our friend?
I will never understand why black people are always so. You know,
did you
people
remember
have
our
Charlie,
told you
friend?
they
but
don't
isn't
like
it the black people that burn people in burn
people
fellow
have
black people
told
in
you
South
they don't
Africa?
like you.
What is
People
your
have
point,
shown
Charlie?
you that they don't like you. People have shown you that they don't care about
Do
your
your
life.
fellow black people like you? Do your fellow Africans like you?
During the time of war, people still have time to be racist to you, and you come out here, you come and start talking and pushing for their
Is
support.
one man still
Hey, God
there?
will save us. It's only God that can save us because some people love their
One
oppression,
man, are you
especially
still
black
there?
people. Black people are the number one worshippers
Yes,
of their
let's talk
oppression.
about the black problem, really, madam. Don't verse, make you no verse. Make we talk about our problem. We get a lot of problem at home, you know. Let us talk about these white people. They are building houses for Palestinians. They are living better life than you, black people. They have electricity. They are causing their trouble by themselves. So let's forget about them. But look at Nigeria. No light, no work, no nothing, no security.
I cannot continue talking
Yes.
about Nigeria because
Madam, talk about Nigeria. We are looking for solution.
No country is invading Nigeria. Whatever that is Nigerian problem is caused by Nigerians.
I can never understand.
So I can never
how
sit down and be
somebody
talking
during
about
war
Nigeria
still
all
has
my
time
life.
to be
I wouldn't
racist.
do that.
Please, Madam Zita,
Whatsoever that is happening in Nigeria is caused by Nigerians, and it can be
Charlie,
stopped by
could you let
Nigerians.
Madam Zita continue? Go ahead so I can come in. It's getting too late. Go ahead, Madam Zita, finish up.
Please tell me how they love you.
So I've said what I want to say. So if they are trying to protect Hamas to keep those people, that they're saying that if Hamas
why would they be wanting to protect Hamas?
That's what it simply means. You see, there is what they call common sense. I said something here.
You know that Trump has a deal with Hamas already to negotiate those hostages out, but the aggression, the Israelis, they're not opening up the window for that to take effect.
Okay, so if they're not opening up the window, and the whole news all over the world is that Israel is saying release my hostage, and you are still with their hostage. And then you are saying that if you don't release the hostage, if you release the hostage, that's the last card you have. So you are keeping the hostage. So indirectly, you are saying let the war continue. Because you are not going to release the hostage. That's what you are saying. It's as simple as ABC. Why don't you release the hostage? By the way, why are they holding those people, sir, if I may ask? Why are they holding them?
For as leverage now.
Okay, leverage for what?
To get the Israelis off their back.
To get Israel off their back. And for 2 years, they're still at their back. And just for that singular reason, Hezbollah is gone. What is it called? All the other, even Iran has been destabilized for just that singular reason.
Iran has not been destabilized, so Iran gave them a bloody nose, didn't they?
Okay, no wahala now. No wahala. You know, say...
In fact, Iran exposed the vulnerability. Do you know why they stopped bombing Iraq? Because and by the way, people can come in. Odiola, if you want to chime in, you can chime in. Prince Daddy, of course, Tony as well. You know why they stopped bombing Iran? Because Iran was easily able to penetrate their Iron Dome.
I can give you a very hot clap. You know one thing? 2 people fought war. We saw what happened in Israel. The ones, the Iron Dome and the Davis Sling, the ones they could not intercept the heat. But up to today, we've not seen what happened in Iran. So why is it so?
And we've not been able to see what happened in Israel either because they
We
had a
saw what
media.
happened in Israel.
No, they only showed you snippets. They took a heavy hit from.
But
They won't let you know that now.
Okay.
But people that have been able to. They took a very heavy hit from the Iranians, and that was why they stopped.
Okay, I like discussing with people on the direction they go sometimes. Israel did not show you what happened to them. And Iran did not show you what happened to them. But you concluded that Israel collected woto.
No,
I don't. Such arguments.
Did you see the clip of Netanyahu in the rubbles that was inflicted on them by
and now
Iran?
You are saying Israel did not show you.
No, they showed you snippets, but they won't show you the.
What about the snippet of Iran?
It doesn't matter now. We know that Israel is militarily stronger than Iran, so we expect Iran to take. We expect Iran to take a heavy hit.
One man on that note, actually, Iran was rather exposed. Actually, I thought more of Iran in that conflict, but Iran was exposed. In fact, if it wasn't for Trump that actually stopped Netanyahu from overthrowing the government, the Ayatollahs, which I think they should have done anyways, because it shows how weak Iran was. Remember, Israel single-handedly took over the airspace in Iran, in Tehran, and all across the damn country. Iran, they talk tough, but they are actually weak. Left one-on-one, apart from the bomb that American dropped on the nuclear site. Netanyahu knew from the onset that they have the power and the leverage over Iran. They could have completely destroy Iran if they wanted to. So Iran was actually shown to be very extremely weak, actually.
I'm not sure that you can say that because there's
nothing. I agree with you. I don't know what they are talking about. Iran never said they were superior. It was Israel that was claiming as if nothing can enter their land, and so many missiles were entering. This lets the world know that their iron dome of nonsense is penetrable. Who is the one shouting?
Well, the Iron Dome is not 100%.
I don't know where they
who made it seem like it was 100%? Is it not?
No, that's your own perception, Sally. The Iron Dome is not 100%. Impenetrable.
Even human being is it 100% accurate?
No, but it was a lot more fallible. It was a lot more fallible than people knew. And if that war had carried on, because the Iranians had an abundance.
One man, for your information, that war will happen again.
It will now very quickly.
Yeah. Because it's gonna happen again. Get ready.
Yes. No, I don't want to. Everybody knows that anyway.
I don't want to hear children, women. No.
So they can.
It's coming again in a very massive way. Mark my word.
Yes, but
because Iran has been exposed. That's why, and the only reason why it's going to happen again because Iran was exposed. I'm telling you, that's the bottom line here. If they had shown some kind of strength,
Iran was not. Hold on, Sita. Iran was not exposed though. So what actually happened? Everybody, even in Iran, they know that Israel has military. They have aerial superiority over them. And that was established. Okay. So nothing new came out of there. They knew that Israel had greater, bigger, more sophisticated military kits than them. So nothing new came out of that. But so hold on now. Let me just make the point. What did come out was that Iran was able to penetrate very heavily into Israel. That was not known, but that's known now.
No. One second. Let me respond. One man. Hold on. See, no, you have the wrong perception about the Iron Dome. The Iron Dome is not 100% impenetrable. That's not the case at all.
Before I move to another topic. One man, it's actually really laughable that you gonna fight a war with somebody for just 12 days. And he wiped out all your generals and all your scientists. Loaded 40. and you couldn't even kill, even if it's one of their generals.
And by the
In
way,
12 days.
Israel was constrained by Trump.
Days.
You keep saying
And
they
you
fought a war. No,
stand
no.
here to talk.
It wasn't. It
12
wasn't.
days.
Hold on. You are giving somewhat of a skewed information right there. It wasn't a war. That's the first thing. It was a surprise attack. So of course, Iran always aware of the threat that Israel posed, but Israel was engaged in a plethora. They were in Syria. They were in Lebanon. They're certainly in Palestine. So there was nothing to indicate, and Iran was not even involved in any way. So it was a surprise attack using the bridge of
even
No,
Iran
see, one man.
also and also all those people that they eliminated, it was part of that surprise plan of attack. So there wasn't
one
an
man. It doesn't take an hour. It takes time and days for another country like Israel to take over your airspace, in which they did. So if Iran had a counter offensive tactics, they would have gone after recover rather take back the airspace. They could not.
Go and read
The accurate answer 100%. The airspace to Israel.
Twitter page. The
It wasn't about a surprise. It was a surprise. It wasn't really a surprise attack. They knew, but they couldn't do nothing about it. That shows how weak they were. It was actually, before the attack. Actually,
they couldn't do anything about it. All those
I thought Iran was much stronger. Actually, I thought Iran was much stronger, and they had more.
So what is all this argument?
I believe the only people who are buying the Israel narrative is Madam Zita and Daddy, and I believe we should not continue arguing.
Defending them that
Let them believe what they want. Let them believe what they want.
I want to talk about the guy in Africa. What's his name? The man that his pictures are all over YouTube. Did you hear one man that there were 50 soldiers there? I've been following that guy very well.
Which guy?
The highest leadership scam I have ever seen in my whole life. What's his name now?
Is it for Bia?
No, the small country, the young boy. What's his name? That his
this Tuareg or Toure or something. The scammer.
Yeah.
The scammer in
what
Burkina
happened
Faso.
there yesterday?
What happened? Are they gotten rid of him?
No, they said J something. One, they said it's African. These people that are, they said that, what do they call that terrorist group? They said it's African branch for ISIS. They said they moved into the country.
Al-Shabaab?
It's not Al-Shabaab. There's one thing they call them J something Islam. I've forgotten something Islam. That's what they call them. They said that a branch of African ISIS, something like that. They went in there.
Islamic State of West Africa, ISWAP.
No, it's not that one. Something Islam. They call it
Yes, I think I know the one, do something, but carry on anyway.
Yeah, so they went there yesterday. It's all over the news. And then run over the military cantonment. They paid 50. The other time was 200 and something. This time around is 50 something soldiers, and walked away. They left with all manner of ammunition and weapons, all those things Russia has been sending them. Those guys scattered them away. And do you know why I'm saying this? The only thing I used to give to the military junta is that I always believe that if they're ruling a country, somewhat that country will be safe, like security-wise, in the sense that they are actually no-nonsense people. Because they won't let you, the people that are ruling in their country will not be that free, and they won't let anybody come in because they have that power. But what is happening in West Africa and Africa in general, more especially those places where these people have taken over, claiming that they can handle the situation more than a civilian. It's not actually pleasant, honestly. And I don't know who is sponsoring those ragtags, but the way they run into Africa and run out, including my country, Nigeria, is beginning to, because those people are attacking, they're not from that country. I don't know if they are. I don't know. I'm just like those people that come to Nigeria. I don't really know whether all of them are Nigerians. I don't know.
Most of them are not. You see, that Sahel region is a hotbed of a lot of them actually even come out of that Burkina Faso or something, and there's the speculation that it's the French that is actually underpinning this whole the insurgency in the Sahel.
Why did you call
Thank you, Waman, for putting that
Why
out.
did you call France?
Because it's a contention for resources, isn't it? And to retain the French hegemony, and they want to make incursions into Nigeria as well.
So what?
Thank you, Waman. The country is going very well now. They are producing their tomato. They are manufacturing their aircraft. They are constructing their road without no foreign contractors.
I mean,
yes, tomato, tomato paste, rice. Yeah, they are making helicopters right now. Also,
who is making it?
No, this woman is just anything it's anti-African.
No, can you just leave the title? We're not even doing that. The people that can barely read and write are manufacturing.
No, they are in French now. They are French. They are not English, but they are doing better than Nigerians.
Who's doing better than Nigerians?
The Burkina Faso.
This is what is all over the news.
No, now. You can see what is happening there.
Where can you see?
Tony, you are watching too much stuff online. When you watch, you have to think also. They're building planes or aircraft in how many months?
Not aircraft. Helicopters.
They can barely read and write in Burkina Faso. What are you talking about?
Electric cars are being manufactured. Yes.
Electric cars in Burkina Faso.
Being assembled. Yeah. Russia is doing a great job there. Russia.
It's all these ridiculous things, it's
not ridiculous. I don't know if they are making helicopters though, but they are actually producing and manufacturing their
many things.
They're manufacturing tomato paste.
No, I just use that as an example. One man, many things, everything's been local. They don't import nothing from French any longer.
They've built more roads.
Which currency are they spending there?
Housing. Housing for the people. Housing.
You are saying some things that are not.
It just says which currency are they spending there in Burkina Faso?
They are still spending the CFA, but they've been working on creating.
All right. They are spending French money, but
you asked the question, but you don't want the answer.
Yes, that be the wahala when they there, Yes.
No, you answered the question now. They are spending French money.
If you are confident that the answer is wrong, you will let me speak. That's one thing I know about you. You won't be mocking
No,
me.
you've answered the question. I said which
currency I didn't finish answering. I didn't finish answering.
Okay, just go. Yeah.
They are spending the CFA, but they are working on a currency, Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso to create their own currency. Obviously, they cannot have their own currency overnight. Nobody can. So, what is the next thing you want to mock them for?
Nothing. Not to mock them. They are very, very good people. God bless. Our ancestors will help them.
Let one man mock them. Let me address everything he wants to mock them.
No. It's the most ridiculous thing. That narrative coming out of that space.
I'm telling you, but the only thing I ask is I don't think
they are going into.
I've not seen anything like them building aircraft. What else?
Why don't you take a holiday?
They are creating tomato paste.
Yes, they are. You can Google that. You can research that.
Dangote has 10 tomato paste.
No, they are farming, and then everything is local. No scarcity of food stuff.
We are mixing a lot of propaganda with the food.
It's bit by bit,
I'm mixing propaganda with the truth. That is why one man feels like
they are spending French francs, and they are still
one man. Most of these things that is being mentioned, not the helicopter thing and the car thing or the things like tomato paste. They didn't have all these things before. They are putting
Jakande houses all over. You know,
You see, why don't they?
I'm not sure what is
I don't
impressive
even
about
know.
this what these people are doing. I'm not. You talk about tomato paste. You guys are not even serious. They
we just started that one as part of the progress.
Now letting them
No,
win this
Yeah,
argument.
listen.
housing for the people, housing programs, housing programs.
Hold on, there are a couple of guys in Abaleke, canning tomatoes, doing a big kind of themselves.
Why are you talking about tomato? We just use that as as an example.
Hold on for Prince Daddy.
You are mixing propaganda with the truth.
Hold on for Prince
So
Daddy.
they feel like they are winning the argument because they are catching your propaganda.
I don't think it's not a winning an argument. It's just the ridiculous. That Traore is just an opportunistic chancer, and that's just it. It's not doing a single thing. Yeah.
A role model for Africans.
You are aligning this. You are mixing propaganda
Role
with
models. You're kidding yourself.
I keep on telling you. That is why one man is seeing them as ridiculous. I do not see them as ridiculous because they are actually making progress. They have been in bondage under the French for a very long time. Where this situation that they are is far better than anything. Yes,
are they independent now? Hold on.
Man.
Don't worry about all that. Are they independent now?
Independent in what term?
You said they've been in bondage for to the French for so long. So are they out of bondage now, or are they still in bondage?
In terms of progress of their society, yes. Now they are no longer in bondage.
They are no longer in bondage, so they have no dependency. They are not dependent on.
Which country is not dependent on any other country?
Right.
No, so I'm not Tony. I can face every argument that you want to.
Don't worry, it's not ridiculous. But let's you have no concept of.
You are laughing
Can
at
I?
their tomato. You are laughing at their
You
tomato
said two
paste.
things.
But
Let me
ask
say
you a
this
question.
before I close that chapter.
These things that you are laughing at, did they have it during the French regime?
You said something, one man.
They had only about 5,000 kilometers of road.
How do you know they did not? How do you know they did not? What did they have? How do you know they did not?
Because I've done my research. You can also do your research and disprove.
You've done the research that they didn't have. What sort of reading? All right, just settle down. Just let me carry on. You are being ridiculous now. Hold on. Can you be quiet for a moment? Be quiet. When I say be quiet, be quiet. And don't overtalk other people. Let them talk so that the conversation can flow. You said you researched that they did not have tomato paste plans previously. That's what you said.
I was not aware of any of that.
So you are not aware. You said you did your research.
I did my research on what they've done.
No. I was asking you if they had one previously.
I don't know.
So how do you then know it's a progression if you don't know if they had it previously?
Okay, even if they had, right? If that is your argument, even if they had before, right? Having more, is that not progress? You want to
I like the way Tony treated the argument.
Or even having a functioning one. The one that was there before was closed down by the French. Now we can see people being employed. People are happy. You see the road construction going on. You see those housing estates, for the people. I've sent you many videos. One man, if you check your details, I've sent you videos of housing programs. Like those kind of Jakande houses. They are installed as this Eric Moore. This is a Rickmore building in facing the cable wire.
Hey, Tony, you are stuck on the freaking internet, watching on social media, watching all those.
No. We see the black people, we see the people, we see the market women. People are happy.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're not happy.
Wodemaya was also there. Wodemaya, was also there. I beg you.
I'm not saying they're not happy, nor do I support the French hegemony in Burkina Faso or other French-speaking countries.
Many
I'm not saying
Nigerians
that.
are located to Burkina Faso right now. You see them.
Of course they are. Nigerians are everywhere. Of course they are.
A lot of videos you are
Okay,
watching.
let's continue with something else. So
Yeah.
yesterday, when you
Their
play
hospitals are
the
working.
video,
Hospitals are working. Not be like our play with no girls now. Where your local government chairman they go die for abroad.
Oh God,
Yeah.
it's just getting.
Tony, you are giving them
Hold
an
on.
argument.
Let Prince
Just
Daddy come
1
in.
minute, one man. 1
I
minute,
want
one
to
man.
close
Tony,
by
a
saying,
lot
I
of
want to
those
close
videos
that
that you are
discussion by
watching are
saying
not
two
true.
sentences.
You are mixing propaganda with the truth. So when you put in the propaganda videos you watch, you give them an argument. Yes, what you are saying is fine and dandy, but a lot of it are not true. And what they are doing is they are picking on the parts that are not true and they are leaving the truth out. So you have to verify a lot of the things. And
One
do
man,
you
can
know
I close
anyone
that
from
chapter
Burkina
by
Faso?
saying this?
Anybody that is refuting what is
How
going
are you
on? Do you know
verifying?
anybody from Burkina
Hold
Faso?
on. I don't know anybody from
I
Burkina
can bring
Faso.
people from Burkina Faso to your platform if you want.
Right.
The people
Okay.
living there.
Is that how you are verifying from your friends?
No. What more do you want than somebody living in Burkina Faso? What is more verifiable than that?
come on. That's a weak argument, Sally. You know,
Okay,
where I live, people call from Nigeria and everywhere, and they tell me things in my own backyard.
Is a better
You know,
argument.
because you live in freaking Burkina Faso doesn't mean you have an idea about what
Yeah,
goes on in the
but
country
it's you
entirely.
that is believing in the people that will let you pound on the streets during war. That's who I should believe. The people you are supporting will let you pound on the streets during war. That's who I should believe.
Totally, I'm not supporting anybody. I don't even know you know my position, my argument. I'm not supporting
I know your
anybody, but this
position.
ridiculous
We
statement by this
love
guy
your
from Burkina Faso, you know, being the God
It's
that
so
knows everything, that is doing
ridiculous,
everything right is a
honestly.
joke.
It's so ridiculous.
Okay, what is the joke?
The thing is,
The whole thing.
one man, you said something very vital. I said something that just happened yesterday in that country, and you said it is the French. It is France that is still doing that. You see, I want to close that chapter by saying this. And anytime I want to discuss that guy, I will always close the chapter by saying the same thing.
But I did that guy respect. Call him President Traore.
No. Tony, I don't want to have to remove you, but please, let's maintain some decorum.
In future.
And apologies only if I was a bit abrupt with you earlier on, but I carry on, Tony.
In future, when his countrymen will have it up to their neck and go to the street to show the whole world what's been going on since the man came in there, and he will start brutalizing them, you one man will say that yes, at the end, the France has gotten him.
They will get him anyway. France will get him. I don't think they can allow him to carry on in the manner that he is.
You see, because the whole propaganda about all the things he's doing, and you are doing all those things, you can't secure your people. You can't even secure your military. And you are doing wonderful job building aircraft, building electric cars, making think tomatoes. And your people are very happy, but they don't know when they're gonna die. And the whole world is watching all those things in the YouTube, beautiful. So you will see somebody talking on the background and showing AI-generated videos and pictures.
Yes, a lot of AI-generated videos. The guy was even speaking crisp American English.
Now be the wahala when they do now. Oga, make a talk small. I beg. Sorry. No, madam, I will give you time. Now just talk. Only 1 second. You see, let us just suppose the period that Nigeria experienced a human being governance. Compared to the current dispensation since 1999, then you get it through that. May God bless Putin. Putin will never get sick. He should live there forever. It should be so that he can be able to help us out. Without the military government, Africa not dead, not burial ground. Carry on.
Tony, can I just say that please try to verify some of those information that you are watching. You are watching propaganda video.
One man, let me jump in, please. I think I've How you doing?
We do. Yeah, you couldn't abide it anymore. Abi. You have
Asawana, eyes on.
Bro. Oh man, I couldn't take it. I couldn't take it anymore. I'm sorry. I had to I had to call it. It seems like people don't understand what's going on in this world at all. It's a shame how what word can I use here? How unaware people are as to what's happening. Okay, let me start with Burkina Faso before I go to the Israel-Iran conflict and then the genocide in Palestine.
You should just talk about the Israel one.
Prince Daddy has not spoken, by the way, so you can't go
Okay.
longer next. I thought
Okay, I won't go long. Let me just talk about Burkina Faso, which by the way means land of the upright man, coined by the late great Thomas Sankara, who
it's still Upper Volta to me. Is it not Upper Volta?
No, it's Burkina Faso, the land of the upright man. If anything, that country should serve as an example to a lot of countries. Just looking at Thomas Sankara and what he was trying to do. I don't know if anyone here is aware of what happened with Sankara and the speech he gave at OAU before he was assassinated by Blaise Compaoré. You know, it's interesting when you listen to people, but why they have such disdain for this man who's coming, is clearly an acolyte of Sankara. He has come in. The president they had was an enemy of the state, determined to keep them in a cycle of perpetual poverty with France. Everything they had in their country was with France. They had the pact with French with them and the French colonies, the same pact France had with several other countries. There was no hope for these people. This country is highly rich in gold. And people are saying, oh yeah, so now you're beholden to the Russians. But where we live in a world full of imperialist nations that will assassinate your leaders, arm insurgency groups to go into your country and kill civilians to destabilize your country so you can't progress, and it keeps you in a perpetual state of poverty. That is what Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger are fighting against. This whole thing with all these insurgency groups. I'm not sure if people are aware. Did you know that there was a time where the Ukrainians actually admitted to funding, I think what Madam Zita was trying to refer to was Jamal al-Nusra, to funding that group and some other groups in the Sahel. These people are getting sophisticated, state-of-the-art weaponry. Well, they were under siege, we're under attack. And the man is there. His president was playing ball with the same people that were funding them. They came in, and by the way, what used to happen in Burkina Faso before and what's happening now is night and day. Yes, there were some attacks recently, but compared to what used to happen before in Ouagadougou and some of these other places, there were massacres every week. So I think, people are unaware, so they're just criticizing for one reason or next. I have no idea what, but just to put it in context, Traore is the best thing that's happened to that country since Sankara. I'll let Prince Daddy speak and then maybe I'll jump in again.
Africa continent by extension.
And what happened to Sankara?
You woke up, Oriola. We've been trying to get you in.
Yeah, because the guy.
You don't know. He's a young man.
What happened to Sankara?
You don't know what happened to Sankara.
That won't happen to this guy because it's under the Russia protection. Oriola, how Bafa, Abiana Karo here.
Yes, sir. Wait. For some reason, it looks like this is what white people will say. They said a black man just write a book. That's the way to get them. They're so dumb to the extent that they can't read the past so they can know what the future holds. Are you telling me that everything that happened to all our military head of states, we never learned anything? Still, we're coming here. Don't you see? Have you ever seen any country in the whole wide world that the military built? They don't build anything. And all these young people that they're not smart enough, they're too young, they're so young that they can when it comes to diplomatic, how to solve problems, when it comes to politics, they have no idea. And now we are sitting here and praising, we are trying to praise him for trying to repeat history. Ah, man, I can't
Okay,
take.
can I ask you a
No,
question?
hold on, sir. So hold on, sir. Military built Germany. Hold on. Military built Germany. Military built French, Spain, Italy. Everywhere were built by military. Oriola.
Oriola, can I just ask a question?
Yes.
If
Yeah,
you
go
are
ahead.
going by history, right? Because the way you spoke, you spoke like, oh, nothing ever changes, history always repeats itself. Has any dictator ever brought millions of people out of poverty before?
Where?
Based on that fact, we should not expect that to ever happen. But look at us in 2025. We have China as a case example.
That's
When
not
you say
military.
that,
That's
oh,
not
black
military, though.
people, when you want to hide something, you put it inside book, you are already showing that you have some sort of inferiority complex. Like you see them as inferior, like black people never read, we don't achieve anything.
No.
Most of
You
us,
just you asked me a
majority
question.
of us are like that. You come with a demeaning mindset and you act like history is concrete and it will never change, which is a lie.
Okay, history never changed, and I'll give you a couple example.
Okay,
And
but what about my
wait, wait.
example? Why use China as that example?
Okay,
Why did
yes, I'm
China
about
change?
to. Yeah,
Based on
but
history, people like you would have never let them come
China,
out of
but
poverty.
China is not a they not military. It's not. It's not
No,
a.
no, no.
It's a
I'm going based
communist
on history.
country.
I never called them military.
You just told me
Please
they
don't change
play
my words. I
dictatorship.
called
Germany. What about Germany developers? French developers. This is Spain. Were they not military?
Wait, you not listen. Please listen to me. You can have military build stuff. You
no,
can
but you
have
said
them
they've
build.
never built anything. No.
Wait.
You
Ah,
said they've
man.
never built anything.
Can you listen?
But
Military.
you are changing
Oh
your
my
words. You are standing
gosh.
on what you
Okay,
said,
how
and now
did
you are
I change
changing
it?
it.
How did tell me
Okay,
how?
guys, I only
Tell
have
me
2
how
minutes
I
left.
changed it.
Let me just come in
Instead
and
of you to
your talk can
listen,
be done.
you're not
No,
listening.
there's no point in listening
Wait,
because
wait.
All right.
Wait.
All right.
Wait,
All
you're
right.
not going to
Hold on.
manipulate
then
my
what is the
words.
point?
Everybody hold. Everybody hold. Prince Daddy, you're up next.
All right, thanks, woman. So, see, the video you played yesterday about this very dark man is narrative about, Hope Uzodinma being a tribalist. I think that's what we're trying to convey. Inviting only Igbo Falcon players. And now this Prestige coming on a show to tell us otherwise, explaining in details what actually happened, which makes more sense. Prestige embellishes a lot, but in this case, I don't think I need to do research unless somebody else wants to do it. That its point about inviting the is the Imo indigens are it's more apt to what really happened than being a tribal, stance on Hope Uzodima's position on the matter. So yeah, so it makes sense. Darkman, I think that's what happens many times when we watch stuff on the internet, on social media. It makes sense, like, oh, what happened, but if you dig in details, you see that now perhaps that's not what was meant to be conveyed. So I'm glad, even though I was thinking about it yesterday also, but I'm glad Prestige came and clarify what happened. And in his clarification also, it shows that actually that if 11 Igbo players were on the team, I Igbo players are overly represented from the East. I wonder why that is. Just a point. Um,
Prince,
so
let me interject real quick, please. Why our girls did fantastic under one flag, right? Why why is this a thing? When I heard Mano Prestige talking, I was just scratching my head. Why are we talking about the ethnicity of X amount of girls that happen to be of Southeastern stock? Why is this thing even an issue? Why is it even something we're discussing?
No. The Imo State governor invited 7 players for special honors, And then Very Dark Man came out to say that there's an ethnic undertone to that is trying to break up the team in terms of ethnic talk. But then Prestige came out to say that it's nothing to do with ethnic. That team, that half of them were Southeasterners, but the ones that were especially invited by Hope Inzodima were people from Imo State, especially. So it was really just honoring people from his own home state.
Only 7 of them, a woman. Yeah, only 7 of them.
A woman. That's the issue. I agree with Very Dark Man. They won as a team, right? When they were playing as a team, they didn't say,
he has
oh.
an antecedent. No, just like Prestige said, he's done it many other times, and it's nothing new. He always make it a
It doesn't
point
make
to
it right
honor.
if he's done it. It doesn't make it right if he's done it 12 times and this is
I
the
don't see anything
13th
wrong with
time.
that.
No, it doesn't make it right. Look, let me explain something to you.
He honored his state people, which is correct. Hold on, he's not the president of the country.
Let me explain something to you. In sport, when it comes to sport, right, and you're part of a unit, you're part of a team. I don't know if any of you have really played as a team in a team sport at a good high level. But when you do, there is no, when you're under a flag, there is no Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, whatever. There's nothing like that.
Subnational, state of origin.
No. This is our issue.
Prince, that is your tongue. Can I interject you?
It is Super Falcons, and they're playing as a unit.
When it lands, you can go ahead.
If Hope Uzodinma wanted to acknowledge the Super Falcons, he should have acknowledged them as a Super Falcon team, not as 7 from.
But Tinubu already did that now.
Yeah, Tinubu already did that, and that's where he was acknowledging. And I have some, when Prestige came to explain, I had to realign my thinking because I was with Very Dark Man yesterday. But when Prestige broke it down, now it made sense. He didn't invite all the Southeasterners. He invited especially the Imolites. But Zita, you wanted to come in. I think
you see,
Prince is happy for you to come in. Yeah.
I don't really know who this dark heck of a man is. I don't know. From time to time, they keep bringing his issue here. But anytime you bring his issue here, I begin to understand his level of thinking. I don't know who he is, but he really actually think absurd. For somebody to even begin to discuss that bullshit that guy said is actually ridiculous, because I have never seen in my life where those kind of a thing don't happen. That your daughter went somewhere with some group of girls and they excel, they were celebrated, and you say, my daughter, welcome home. I have never seen where, even in the Western culture, Lionel Messi, them, Ronaldo, when they get into their abode, they are heavily celebrated. Some people even give them gifts. Their own people, they are not being given gift as a club. So what is the hate people are talking about here? That if my daughter
Can I
goes
come
for,
in? I
let
want
me
to say
finish,
something
please.
too.
If my daughter goes
Well,
for
I'm
a
not.
relationship
Not
with
by
a
saying
good
Can I
girl,
explain to you why people
hold
feel
on,
strong?
let me finish, please. That my daughter represented their country as a group. They landed in that country. The whole country celebrated them, thanked them. The president thanked them, gave them gifts, gave them whatever he can. Everybody waved at them. And then I put a flag in front of my house and say, I am expecting my daughter to come back. I called a bar, I called party, I called singers, I called everybody. And my daughter came back. I honored her. And somebody somewhere has the effrontery to question me. How dare I honor my daughter? I should have called all of them and honored them. Where is that one happening? I don't really understand
Madam
the
Zita,
basis
can
of
I
the
explain?
argument. I don't get it.
Madam Zita, please let
No,
me.
Sorry, you have to slow
ridiculous.
down. Let other people speak as well.
Sorry, let me chip in. Good morning, everyone. Actually, what happened, it is a Very Dark Man overplaying his hand. after the event of the Falcon won the championship, there was a video that was circulated. The governor of Osun State, Adeleke, personally invited Rashid, their captain, to come to Osun so that he can give him an award and whatever. And this is not the first time this thing is happening in Nigeria. The last time they won a competition, most of the governors always invite the player that come from their state, and they will give them money, special, or honor them with whatever they think deem fit. I think because unfortunately for this country now, we rely too much on what goes on online, especially on social media. And I think that I think that this is the right time for Nigeria to regulate social media, because there's a lot of things that flies out there that bring division, and this is one part of it. What Zodima have done is the right thing. It's not the only government that have done that. They have been doing it for the last 10 years. Everybody will buy their players from their state of origin, and then we give them money or whatever. So I don't know why this very dark man. I think it's high time Nigeria regulate the social media. Thank you.
First of all, not everybody
if I'm not
invites. Not
mistaken,
everybody
I
invites
would
the
say
people from their
I
state
would
of
say
origin.
back in the days,
And
Femi or Degbami must have also been
it's not Femi, it's Shegun.
celebrated.
It's Shegun. It's not Femi. It's Shegun Odegbami.
Look at this. This Americans. It doesn't.
But
When
let
I
me
say
about Super Eagles football now. Look,
okay,
look. If it's an individual sport, if you are a wrestler, an Olympic weightlifter, a track star, or a sprinter, yes, I understand it. But as a unit that accomplished something together,
When I want to give them single
as,
gifts,
as a
hard
unit
single
that
gifts, I
accomplished
should call
something
all of them and give
together,
them gifts too.
the Imo State governor, if he wants to acknowledge the team, he should acknowledge the team. Most of those girls that he's claiming from
But they
Imo
have
State,
been doing this
most
kind
of
of
them
thing
have
for
never,
over
most of them have never. You're not going to shout over me. Be quiet. Most of them
He's
have
not
never.
acknowledging the
Most of them
team.
have never
He's not
been to Imo State
acknowledging the
before.
team.
It doesn't matter. No, most of them have never been to Imo State before. Never.
Are
Most of
they
them
not
go
eating
abroad.
Hold on,
What
Izon.
are you
Not
talking?
hold on, Izon. Not all of them have business in Imo State now.
Yes, now.
Hold on. The nation honored them at the Aso Rock. We all saw it. They gave them honors, awards, monies, etc., etc. So that's what needed to happen as a collective team. And then individual states then, at their own choosing, they pick people from their state, bring them home as an example to either young women or young, so they're indigenizing it and still celebrating it. So Uzodema does not have to do it. He's not the
One man,
president.
let me give you a
He's not
precedent.
the president.
Let me give you a precedent. There have been under 17 teams and even Olympic teams that have done well. And in certain cases, the president acknowledged them and state governors on top said, you know what, these boys play so well. Come down in my state. They all have 2-bedroom flats. They acknowledge the team.
Can you give an example
The
of a
team.
state?
Clearly, you people
No, I
here
just
have
want
no
to ask you a
concept.
quick question.
Be quiet, I'm
Can you
talking. Be
give us
quiet, I'm
an
talking.
example
Be
of a
quiet.
state?
Be quiet, I'm talking.
Just
He's
sorry,
trying
one
to
man.
shout over me. I'm not going to tolerate that
It
nonsense.
is
Give
Be
us
Prince
an
quiet, I'm
Daddy's
talking.
example of
turn
a
now.
state.
Why
I
are you
am
telling
talking.
That
somebody
gave
to be
all
quiet?
the
I'm telling him to be quiet because I'm
players.
talking. When I'm talking, you're supposed to be
But
quiet.
one man,
Just
one
always
man.
You
they don't
understand me?
behave. They don't behave. Always.
Everybody, hold on. And that should be the language. Maybe hold on, let me finish rather than be quiet. But make that
One
point,
man,
and
when
then
you're
we go.
talking and someone just starts to shout over your voice, that is rude in itself.
Nobody is
So
shouting
he
on
needs to
you.
check
But one
himself.
thing like
No,
that.
He needs to check himself.
let's
And if
not
he
go in
can't check
that.
himself, I will
But
check
one
him.
man,
I promise you
All right,
that.
are we done with 5 minutes round?
Yes.
Uh,
All right.
I didn't get my turn now.
Yes, it's your turn, Patoski. Not only is it your turn to speak, after Prince Daddy, that is, Prince Daddy has the floor now, it's your turn, and also I'll step down and then you can bring it home. So Prince Daddy finishes, you take the floor, Oriola to speak is on the Remy. Thank everyone, see you tomorrow. The Super Chatter, that's Ayo
Okay,
as
thank
always.
you.
So thank everyone, see you tomorrow. So Patoski, you
Please,
can
Daddy,
shut it down when you're done.
please, Daddy, please continue.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. I guess we slugged that enough. What is there to even talk about? I was going to challenge one man on the issue about beauty. I think one man definition or understanding of beauty is really a dictionary definition or Western world definition of beauty.
Thank you.
Yeah. Actually, I agree with Tony about Ireti Kingibe being a very beautiful woman. Even at her age, you can tell that she's always been beautiful, a woman. I understand she's in the 70s or whatever. I mean, and that is great. Not the thing about I guess Bianca
A
Jupiter,
lot of
she's
makeup, right?
what you say? What you say?
A lot of makeup.
No. She has no makeup. Oh, she already appeared. Look at the picture that the woman showed today. That was without makeup.
See the way you are talking about that.
She's naturally, beautiful.
Let's move on, please. Let's
Yeah.
change the
She's
topic.
wearing makeup.
I'm talking about
This
that beautiful
lady,
and beautiful
Bianca
is not.
Jupiter, she's extremely maybe photogenic or pretty. She's very pretty. I mean,
Chairman, let's not spend people's time talking about who is beautiful or not. Let's talk about important things. Wait to concern with whether somebody who is beautiful,
you know, concern you now. Make I talk my own. Waiting. Were you not here
Well,
earlier when we were
now I
talking?
can't take this into. So continue.
Huh?
Wait, we like to hear it though. We want to know who's beautiful. Maybe you don't want to, but
Yeah, thank you, Oriola.
we like
25 years different, age
Thank you.
different. In the ticket is 75, and the other one 55. Compare it. So in the ticket, is Miss Nigeria forever, for life.
All right.
Okay.
So please, Daddy, bring it to.
Okay. Let's talk about the ADC, PDP, and APC for P2B. Me, I'm thinking. I said it before. At the end of the day, P2B may end up not being on a party that is a major party at the end of the day, because again, apart from Atiku, P2B is the next worst um, politician in the Nigerian space with all the resources and the followership he has. It's just he doesn't have it. And the kind of the master of strategist or planner, if you can call Atiku one of them, they are trying to corner Peter B. And because he's such an unstable politician, you know, it is everywhere. If he ends up in PDP, obviously they're going to lock him up. Not like literally in prison, but they're going to lock him up. The ADC was supposed to disarm him and his followers. And that's what they've been trying to do to Peter B. At the end of the day, and I think Dati Ahmed is making moves with the LP, the Labour Party, to maybe be their flag bearer. And at the end of the day, you see Peter B ending up in the fringe party that has nothing to offer, because we can then conclude that look, he has, you know, having missed the three major or four major parties, being on the fringe party is as good as being on no party. So Peter B is not just a smart guy; he's not that good. But again, I give him credit actually more than Atiku, because I think Atiku is absolutely the worst politician in Nigeria, given that he's been there for many times, over many years, with all the resources and money connection. He can't make a headway. That's how terrible Atiku is. So Peter B at the end of the day may end up not being on any major party, and it wouldn't be surprising at all. It would not be, because Peter B to me is the Kamala Harris of Nigeria. He hates primaries. He hates to compete with other people where you have to display your own, your strength in terms of your ability to negotiate, in terms of in the ability to coerce other people and bring people together. These skills and abilities needs to be displayed, be put on display, and that's how people know you. And that's why we give a lot of respect to Tinubu. That's why Trump gets a lot of respect. If you like him or not, it's totally relevant. And that's why even Barack Obama gets a lot of respect, because he knows how to do those things, negotiate, coerce, and that's politics. He doesn't like that. He doesn't like that. He just wants the ticket being given to him, and so he can be the flag bearer or compete. It is just like Kamala Harris. That's the reason why, not to take it to American politics, but that's why Kamala Harris now, she's refused to run for the governorship of California, and the only reason being because of the competition. I'm telling you, come tomorrow, if they guarantee Kamala Harris that, hey, we're going to split the ticket for you, she's going to come back right away and run as the governor. The only reason why she's not running is because she doesn't have a double L on her record. because the devastation of the last election is really telling on her. She has no chance. She has no talent. She's lightweight and she's no good. Thanks, Matoski.
Yeah, thank you, Prince Daddy. So it's my turn now. Anyway, when you are talking of beauty, I don't know how you talk of beauty without talking in Nigeria, without talking of people like Obi Ezekesili, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, and Titi Atiku. To me, those are the three most beautiful women.
But Obi Ezekesili look like man.
Obi Ezekesili, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, and Titi Atiku. Those are the most beautiful women in Nigeria.
Now
But
you think Jigbe I beg you.
I think he's looking at it from the academic and intelligence angle. That's what.
Pastor Stig, please.
Those three people, they're fine past anybody.
Now
But
you think
Matoski,
Jigbe. Oh my God, Patrick, I mean I don't know how you dey look woman.
Yeah, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Titi Atiku.
I just, you know that man. Her dress is okay. Her dress is that her scarf. Okay, but if you look at, I mean, in the Jigbe, just imagine, you don't see her. She not just dress at all.
I don't want to talk too much about the beauty.
Without even taking nothing, just waking up. Look at her.
Tony, it's messing
So
with
natural.
your head, man. It's messing with your head. You don't get it.
She not married now. She's a divorcee. No wahala.
I was reading.
It's allowed, you know. God bless her.
I was reading Obi tweet, one of his Obi tweets, I think today as well. He said, "I am going to make Nigeria the giant of Africa, not on paper and for real." But somebody say, you don't even make Anambra the giant state of Nigeria. How will you be able to make Nigeria the giant of Africa? And when I heard that statement, that makes sense. You know, I think I know that Tinubu might not be doing as much as we want, but I think Obi is just there making bogus statement, and he just feels that
Matoski, sorry, just like the analogy I gave, Anambra is the primaries, whereas Nigeria is the ticket already, ready to go.
Exactly. You see, Obi just make bogus statements because when you look at Obi is in the same class of governors like Akpabio, Lie Imoke in Cross River, Gbenga Daniel in Ogun State, Bukola Saraki in Kwara.
Is it not with Chimaroke Nnamani also?
Chimaroke Senior. I mean, the people that were in other states, Fashola in Lagos.
I understand you. I think in the set of
and Aliu Babangida in
Niger State.
And he's not even one of the top, not even one of the middle.
No, I think they package him very well with a very good.
Not even one of the middle. And in the past 5 years, the man they say something, and everybody just assume it is true. And let me tell you, if you don't correct it now, it will go down in history. And the people that are reading, people that were not there that time, they'll be reading it and say it is true. Look at what you said in that chart. They just said that Obi is just the better devil. You say, I know, why is he a devil? He said, but he was governor in Anambra now. He said, but we learned that he did something. Can you imagine somebody like Edu saying we learned? Edu is not a small boy now. I'm sure Edu was already working when Obi was governor. Are you telling me that you don't know what Obi had done or not? You cannot compare what Obi did in Anambra to what Gbenga Daniel did in Ogun State. And Gbenga Daniel did not really perform too excellently well in Ogun State too, compared to someone like Amosun. So how can you now say he has performed and he's going to transform Nigeria? No. Does he have a better record relatively compared to Atiku and Tinubu in terms of maybe corruption? Maybe yes, but because he was never really exposed to money. If you manage a state like Rivers, manage a state like Lagos, we might say, then that corruption will come out.
Don't you think, Patoski, don't you think he will be even more corrupt? Because during his own time, local government election was never done. All the state allocation was in his hand.
A
The
lot
person
of, no, a
that
lot
said
of,
the vice
it's
president.
not the only governor that didn't do local government election.
No, I'm just trying to say that all this kind of stuff that all the money in his
no,
pocket.
that's not a unique this thing. But what I'm even saying is that it might not be strange and unique if he did come to campaign on the ground that is better, is different from them. But now if he didn't campaign that, oh, I'm different from them, and he's just campaign, nobody will talk because all of them too didn't call a number
But
of them.
another thing we should ask ourselves that why is he not joining the structure of criminality? The
No,
one
no,
he
no,
has
no, no,
already
no, no, no,
condemned.
no. No, it's not like that. It's not like that.
It's just a political talk, not really
No,
serious.
the point is that if he says, "Oh, I will do better than them," not that I'm clean or I'm not. The other governors didn't organize local government election. In short, the state where they organize, they make sure their party won everything. So what difference does
There are
it make?
some people in the background asking you to bring them in.
Can I say something?
What difference does it make? You understand what I'm saying? Simba, I won't bring Simba,
Yeah, can I say something?
Okay, just 2 minutes.
But he never said anything that is cleaner than anybody else. So
he never did what?
He never said.
He said that. He said he's the best.
Let me wait.
He said it's clean. He said the impression that he's creating and that his group is creating is that every other person is corrupt. He's the one that is not corrupt. And the moment,
can I say?
Sorry, Jerry, I will land this. If you meet Batify today or Agbado and say Tinubu is corrupt, they will not be quick to defend him and say he's not corrupt. He's not corrupt. The highest they can tell you is that bring your conviction. Has he ever been convinced in the court of law? They are not quick to defend him that he's not corrupt because we know that Tinubu is corrupt. But when you say to be obedient, that Obi is corrupt, they will go start by abusing your grandfather.
Yeah, but that's
exactly. They will say that's how you will die in Nigeria. That Nigeria will continue to happen to you.
You want to kill me with laughter? You want to kill me with laughter here?
Wait, let me say something quick. So that's the point I'm trying to make. Obi himself is not saying he's saint. He never.
Obi says that. Obi says that. He says that.
Okay.
He doesn't touch an umbrella.
He said never steal any money. So what are you trying to defend here?
Wait, saying that I don't steal money does not mean that I'm saint. It's not. I'm saying
no. He doesn't have to say it.
I beg you. Why are you talking like a baby? Okay, is he a baby? Are you a baby? He's a baby that is not baby. Somebody says the never steal. So what does it mean?
There's nobody that will say I'm saint. Even saint will not say it.
Okay, if you ask Tinubu today that you stole money from Lagos, he would tell you that he never stole no money. But I'm just saying to you that the sense that
Tinubu has told you that he's not a saint. Tinubu used to have said it before.
That
Tinubu,
even though he said he's not a saint, but he never claimed that I stole money.
He never called other people corrupt. Obi says all of them are corrupt except him. So what do you mean by that? What does that mean?
His people say that. His people, his followers, the ones saying
it's not his people. He said it on his own.
Where?
So what is the difference? That I never steal any money. If you see any money that I stole, come and challenge me. He said it.
Of course, any governor will say that.
I beg you, we cannot be arguing on this one. If one another thing to say, just say. I beg.
I'm just trying to let you know.
No, but what I'm even saying is that where I even came out is that it goes about making bogus statement. Like the one
I agree with that one.
You say I will make Nigeria the giant of Africa. I say, why is Anambra not the giant state of Nigeria? Now Africa you won't go. Then some of his followers say federal government is not making things to work for him. As a governor, he was doing that. I say, when Tinubu was there, do you know the level of opposition he faced from federal government? Despite that, he still did what he could do in Lagos. When he becomes president, he's not going to get pressure from Western communities and everybody.
Do you, Patoski, do you know that when he was a governor, he was already flirting with the PDP, and they knew he was flirting with them. In fact, he was I was Abga governor, but he was PDP in everything. and was enjoying that
Yeah, but what does that have to do
patronage.
with governance, though? What does
No,
me
what we are
flirting
saying is
with
that he
other
has
parties
never,
Claim
have
that
to
he
do
was in
when he was
with
a
PDP.
governor.
governance?
Wait,
No, he was
what?
a PDP man now. Before he moved to
Exactly.
APGA. He was
But
the
that
Okay.
PDP
Yeah,
before
but
he
at the end
moved
of
to
the day,
APGA.
that has nothing to do with being
no,
governance.
It has. If you don't
Governance
that
has
know,
speaks
nothing
to
it
to
his,
do
has.
with that.
Wait
what we are saying is
now.
that speaks to his personality. You
It's not
understand? That
even
speaks to him.
personality. It's not even personality, Patoski. You were talking earlier. I said Tinubu faced stiff opposition because he was in
Yeah.
in an opposition. They deny him allocation. They deny him so many things. So if you belong to the ruling party, there are so many benefits that you can enjoy. So what are you talking? I say what does that have to do with governance?
The
There
guy
are so
didn't
many
do anything in
benefits
Anambra.
if you are in the ruling party and your state belongs to the ruling party. There are so many things that you can enjoy. So what are you
Okay,
saying that it doesn't have
so
anything to do
there's
with
so many
governance?
things. While Tinubu was governor of the state, he still were able to carry Lagos State. Like even I'm definitely
I
sure
don't
during
even,
his
sometimes
time,
the way you argue
during
is
his
actually
Chairman,
time,
let me ask.
awkward. I don't even understand
Let's
you.
it's
even
not awkward. It's
Chairman.
awkward to you because
Chairman, let's
you
take
not
Tinubu
get
out.
you know
Let me.
what you know
Sorry, let
and you
me
don't
let
want
me
to
say
listen to
something.
others.
Sorry, let
That's
me bring
why it's
something
awkward
to
to
you.
you.
Should I bring
You know
something to
what
you?
you know.
Let's take Tinubu out of it. Let's take him and take another governor. Maybe a governor that is about his set or just a little bit earlier than he said. Take Donald Duke and take the resource of Cross River. They took Bakassi from Donald Duke. So Cross River left the list of, I think, oil producing state, or even if they are oil producing,
No, there
they
was
are
no more oil, Patrick. Sorry. You know that it's like I do, they adjusted the budget, sorry, their boundaries and
so they
allocated all
adjusted
the
their
oil
budget.
wells to Akwa Ibom. You know what I'm
And
saying?
Bakassi,
But at the end
the
of the
remaining one.
day, so he was able to use his brain to
Wait
revamp
now,
this
yeah.
Obudu Cattle Ranch.
Let
Hold on,
me
sir.
finish now.
Then the cable cars.
Wait now.
Uh,
I get one thing where I won't make this guy
yeah,
now.
many things when he do.
I want him to compare. You see, they took Tony. Thank you for even bringing it up. They adjusted his boundary with Akwa Ibom. Most of the oil block got to Akwa Ibom.
All.
The little that was left was ceded to Bakassi, and it was left with nothing. He did Obudu Cattle Ranch. He did Calabar Festival. He was able to make Cross River look.
Cable cars.
He
But
was able to
he
make.
did that. Let me,
The only one in
Patoski,
Nigeria. The only one in
remember,
He
Nigeria.
was able to make
he,
Cross River look larger than life.
Then
no,
Tinapa
but he
business,
was able, he performed.
hold
Free
on,
trade
Remy,
zone.
hold on. Tinapa business center, where
Free
all
trade
these people
zone.
from
Tinapa.
Europe, they come and hold all these their business conferences every year. Then the Carnival, the Calabar is still rated among the fourth best cities in Nigeria today,
Cleanest.
as at yesterday.
Clean.
Yeah, clean and the infrastructure wise also.
And
So
people
yeah,
respect Donald Duke up till tomorrow. Let me tell you, if tomorrow
he should
Donald
be
Duke
our
comes and
president.
say,
Yes.
yes, a lot of people, even people that are not, and he's from a minority tribe, people that are not even in his party, if they say Donald Duke wants to be president, people will say, he did this in Crossfire, he did this in
Everybody
Crossfire.
we just follow him.
Everybody knew that Donald Duke did something. Can you
Patoski, if you
point to
remember, he was one of those people.
that were supposed to be vice president of Yadua now?
Yes, it was Obasanjo that just said, no. I don't even know what he has against him
No,
that he now
my
proposed
brother
that
said that he not get
nonsense.
money. They say not get money to the give out. That's what my brother said. My old brother. My brother lived there in Port Harcourt, and then he told me that
Donald Duke
yeah,
and
no
Donald
money.
Duke has
Patoski, he was able to do most of the things that he did during his first tenure.
Yeah.
By the time by the time they ceded all this thing away from him, and that was even the reason why all his successors could not even sustain those
And he was
things.
always on the construction site to Simba. Simba. He was always on the construction site.
Exactly.
Checking the project, all the project as well.
What we are talking about is the effect of not belonging to the ruling party at the national level.
And the demand is not loud. And the demand is not loud today. It's a very silent,
the question
achiever.
is why Toriola you still there?
Yeah, I'm
Toriola.
still here. I'm listening.
Now, what I'm saying is that if tomorrow
Patoski, it's good that everybody is talking about Donald Duke, even when most of of Nigerians, most Nigerians have not been to
Cross
Cross River
River.
State. During his time, his name was very loud. What he was doing, even a blind man could see it. The deaf
Yes,
could hear. And now I reverse and say, all those people that are screaming about Obi, I know some people will say I hate him. I don't hate anybody anyway. Screaming about Obi, why didn't we hear all his good works until 2019 when
exactly.
they repackaged him?
After he had left after 5 years. Almost 5 years after he had left. That's when we have started hearing about him. If he actually did that.
Patoski, Reno said it that they were the one that did the packaging, that they have to rebrand him. They took him to bedroom, wash him, clean him. Even most of the tweets against him on the Twitter, they removed some of them. So that's what they did. Is repackaging.
Let me give you another good one.
Everything is still in the cloud.
Let me give you another good.
Any president who wants to, anybody who wants to rubbish him can still bring down all those things. It's not hitting anywhere. They just
Let me
try
give you
to
another
erase
good
some
one
Google and
in
some of the
Nigeria.
browsers. Doesn't mean it disappeared.
There's a
Nonsense.
governor that people think that, oh, he has not done well, but he's loud, he will say it. Oshomole took over from Lucky, especially in his first term. What Oshomole did in Edo State that time, you can see it. Even till now, they are still present. If you go to
What
Ogun
can
State,
you name few? Can you not yet all? Only what Obaseki did.
hold on now, hold on.
Uh-huh.
Let me bring
Uh-huh.
up. You have taken your
Obaseki is
time.
better than Oshomole, I beg.
Okay, Osho Obaseki, okay, I agree. Go to Ogun State. I'll give you something. So, OGC that we are talking about. You see this, they say, bigger than that Dangote wants to build a deep sea port in Ogun State now. Do you know that that's deep sea port project, the vision and the proposal and everything was written, and the project, the project work was done when OGD was there. Ogugu and Don, free trade zone, as far as when OGD was there. Stadium, all these stadium that produced this girl that is Odu, where they do Odu now. OGD built stadium in all the senatorial districts in Ogun State. Ijebu has one, Shagamu has one. Not even major city. Abeokuta has, Shagamu has, Ijebu has, Ayetoro has. Like that. Standard stadium with carpet grass, everything beautiful, with other sporting facilities that he did. A lot of them, the industrial environment in Ogun State, OGD transformed it. I knew how Okelewo, that happened to be the major banking road in Abeokuta, was when we were there. Before GD came, we're just
You
like
have
3 or 4
forgotten
hours.
Shagamu Abeokuta Road. I dualize
Shagamu
and put street
Abeokuta road, I
lights.
dualized. I almost had
And
an
put street
accident on that
lights.
road. Do you know how many lives were lost on that road? He dualized the road, put street light. Thank God. When you could drive there, I was going to Lagos and coming back every day when I was working in Lagos, courtesy of that road.
You know,
And it's still there.
Patuski. If we start taking president after president, and we now say, okay, let us name the governors that are popular, whether for good or for bad. You understand? You know, some can be bad, so that and they'll be popular.
Notorious.
You can never even see Peter Obi.
Some people don't even know saying be governor.
Well, I don't even know him.
Some people
Believe
didn't
me,
even know he was governor.
I don't know that he existed until after when they started 1990. I mean 2019. I started knowing Obi.
People didn't
I
know he
never
was
knew
governor.
that he existed. At least my governor was popular. Aregbe was popular. Maybe it might have been popular for negativity, but everybody knew Aregbe in Nigeria.
Patoski, this guy, this Obaseki, he will be remembered also, in time to come because of this 2 refineries that he built.
Modular refineries,
yes.
You can remind.
Are the two power plants?
Palm nut. He tried to revive the palm nut business.
Thank you. Yes.
So those are the things that we are talking about.
Yes. And then he's also a silent achiever.
He said
You know,
he brought Bury. Was he not somebody that brought Hennikins to Enugu? A governor brought Hennikins to Enugu now.
like all those emergency call center, Patuski. That is guy now just close up. This emergency call number 112. You know, emergency center. They know this lot of project that all those rubber plantation.
Obi, maybe he tried in his own way. But what I'm saying is that if you stop making all these bogus things, I will do this, I will do that.
They say not for WAEC. They say not for WAEC. Now will be do WAEC. Ordinary WAEC.
What's it going to do? Let me tell you, even when you are talking of investing in education, I know governors who invested so much more in educational infrastructure than Obi. I'll tell you.
Aregbe invested a lot in the education.
Education. Let's even look at Auguste Webiano. OGD built Taisholari University of Education in his time. OGD built 6 polytechnic, ICT polytechnic, 6 in his time, plus University of Education. Then OGD built some other specialized higher institutions like that. That's in the area of higher institution. He now built some secondary. You see, then they renovated schools in OGD's time. And OGD not even do reach half of Amosun. This thing that we are talking about, OGD didn't even do up to half of what Amosun did. And that's what we are talking about. So how many, what's the level of infrastructure? Is there any model school, secondary school or primary school that will be renovated? We are not saying build. Say, okay, this Christ is King, that is my old school. I want to renovate it and rebuild it in such a way that when you enter the secondary, you will think you are in a college or university. Is there anyone like that? So
like Umahi also in Ebonyi State, sir. He did a lot.
Look at what
Universities, everything, road. Oh my God.
University. Even
everywhere.
Even Ogbeni, even Arakuni. So at the end of the day, you won't be arguing. I'll give you a good example. Even look at Saraki you know, even do too well. Can you compare Saraki with Obi? Saraki built School of Aviation. That school is graduating pilots and aeronautic technicians. I was part of the process for setting up that school. Nobody said and say the guy started it, saw our division, started from scratch and saw it to fruition. That School of Aviation is there today. Today, in the next 10 years, you will be surprised now if they say Kwara State Kwara State has more pilots than any other state in Nigeria.
Then the South African farmers that were invited by Saraki also to come and settle down.
Shonga Farm. They brought Zimbabwean farmers there. Look at Kwara Football Academy. For a long time, the guy was being managed by Westerhoff and Tom Siolia. He did a lot of things. Then it was one that started Kwara State University. That school is running smoothly now in Ilorin there. These are people. And apart from roads, he did in Ilorin and did some road in some other places too.
Patoski, you know Obi is a flash in the pan and is an opportunist. He should
be telling us what he did.
Yeah, he should have built on that successes of
even as a senator. It was Saraki that brought up the fuel subsidy that opened the yash of the fuel subsidy.
You know what is happening now? They are now using him as a pawn. It's just a pawn, in this most.
No, they are not using him as a pawn. No. But what I'm saying, I'll tell you why they are not using him as a pawn. The point is that what I'm even trying to drive home is that they should not sell us a dummy for real. Sell us something that is a dummy and make us feel that is the real thing.
Patoski, I guess Ekene wants to come in and tackle you or something.
Who?
He's waiting. Ekene. He's waiting in the queue.
Okay, I'll bring him in. At the end of the
But
day,
no, but Patoski, but the worst thing that they are not doing. They now condemn every other person because they want to promote Obi.
yeah, because we want to
So every
promote
other
him.
every
So,
other person in the southeast now become bad.
uh,
You understand? They now
even other
become bad.
governors will even try in their
In
own
Nigeria,
capacity.
every other person in Nigeria is bad, or in Africa.
So what I'm saying is that
You see Rochas Okorocha? Rochas Okorocha
Rochas did more, way more.
He did more than that on a P2P. Rochas
10 times.
Okorocha.
That is why most politicians, they know his depth and they laugh at Nigerians, especially gullible Nigerians.
No,
and
it's not gullible Nigerians, young boys. Young boys we don't get information.
No, there are some that are highly educated who are also gullible. Okay,
But you know, but the best
I try to
governor,
listen to him, but when he started
Patoski,
making this bogus statement, the thing just vexed me. Say, take him
the
easy.
best governor during this between Yar'Adua and Jonathan was actually Akpabio.
Akpabio and Fashola.
Yeah.
No, Fashola was in that set. It was actually Akpabio
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Fashola.
We can even pay, even Obi is in that set now because Obi actually resumed in 1996.
Babangida Aliu did way more in agriculture. What you are forgetting that man?
Yeah, he did, but at the same time, I don't like his
Dan Obi.
Yeah,
Dan Obi and the rest.
Well, my turn. I want to speak.
You
Okay,
will. So hold on. Hold on. We are
let me bring a Kene in a bit. Sorry.
So what I just want to say is that at the end of the day, it was a well packaged somebody and a flash in the pan. We did not bid on his successes, but now he is neither here or there. I think somebody is echoing. I don't know.
I've just brought a Kene.
It's
Make una leave Obi alone. Make una leave her alone.
You are
the one that is
About
working.
Kene, you are in, right?
Yeah, Patoski, how far now?
I do. So what I'm saying is that they make bogus statement, but where I would say sorry let me round up before somebody else coming. When Remy is saying they are using him as a pawn, I will say no. You know why? Now he's trying to form a coalition. That makes sense. I don't know why you are worried. People they are worried, and APC have every reason to be worried. Because if Obi and Atiku are able to form a coalition, whether you have an Atiku at the head of the ticket and Obi as vice president, that will be a threat. Except we are trying to deceive ourselves. That will be a threat to Tinubu's ticket.
I will come
If
after
Tinubu does not see this, if Tinubu is not seeing it as a threat, then Tinubu is playing with fire.
Okay.
That's the truth.
Actually, you finished?
So you can't say they are using him as a pawn.
No be Supreme Court. Now Supreme Court that they believe now. Supreme Court.
Am I allowed to counter some issues that you raised this night? I was listening to you. Am I allowed to?
You will when it's your turn.
No, let him counter. Let him counter and he will take his turn.
Okay. I give him the.
So that it doesn't look like we are
Don't
speaking
take too
against
much
him.
time because we have been waiting for a long time.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Counter briefly.
When I was listening, I was
Can I
listening.
greet you? Can I greet you, Tony here?
Yeah, Tony. Even though most of the governors you mentioned that did things in their state, I'm not saying they did not do. And it is good that every governor perform in their own state. But saying that you don't know Obi, it's not a must that you must know Obi. After all, how many governors of Anambra State have you known before Obi? That's the question.
I know
So,
Obi.
and
but tell us what Obi did. Tell us.
and if you know Obi very well, because when you are talking about your state or the state you know. But me from Anambra State, talking about the achievement of my former governor and boasting about it means that he did something in my state that impressed me a lot. And if you say that you don't know the best governors in Nigeria, during their tour, go and Google it. It is there.
No,
Obi was the best governor.
Ekene, hold on. I just told you that Donald Duke was one of the best in his own set. And I told you that I lived in Ogun State, and I just told them what Benga Daniel did. You, where you come from, Anambra, tell us now so that we can know and be able
Okay,
to tell
let me finish.
what to do.
Because this is not the first time I'm saying it here, but maybe if you want to hear it again, because I saw you when you mentioned about even his own school or the school that all the CKC. Who made CKC? What? Who renovated C? That CKC that you see that look like London School today, it was Obi that made it. That CKC that you see, those structures that you see that was rebuilt to that standard that it is today, it was under his tenure. That two school, that CKC and this DMGS, go and check. Go if you can go the structure of that school before he became governor, because I was even in DMGS then, because my cousin brother was but a student there, so we had him there. He was the one that even rebuilt all the structures. You know, people say he didn't build it. He doesn't have time to. He doesn't have to renovating classroom when he has schools to rebuild. And he rebuilt almost all the schools in all our local government. Almost all of them. He rebuilt them, put new blocks and everything. He was the one that built new structure for Chukwemeka Mojo Ojukwu University, Anambra State University in Ebariam, a very big land that he got there, and he built mighty structures there. Their campus was once in Ihala, but he shifted it to Ebariam, where they got a new land, where he built new structures for them. So what many things the first teaching hospital we had in our state was built by him. The first heart center where they do heart operation in Anambra State was done by him. A lot of things. So, but just because when you people say that he did nothing, when a state is owing pensions, gratuities for almost since the state was created, no governor has found it deemed to pay those things. And you once have a governor who started paying it. It was under his tenure that Anambra State started paying pension, gratuities, and salaries as it went due. And he was one that restructured it, and everything was going smoothly. What do you expect? He happens to be the best governor in that state. Okay, check his record. You said he built breweries. Breweries is not only industrial. Go and check on it, industrial estate. He was the one that revamped it. It's not only breweries. That industrial estate was there on doing nothing until he became governor. He rebuilt that on its industrial estate. That industrial is running till today, and that's why Anambra State is generating their this thing. So, and is ever came after him. This Soludo that you guys used to praise here is now there, and they have not been able to bring any industry generating revenues for Anambra. It was only the one that will be brought in that is still bringing in revenue in that stage up to today. But when you come here, we that lives in Anambra State knows what he did, and nobody as of when I'm not saying Nigeria, but Anambra State, because you have to compare with the state you are dealing with. Other governors, I will not damper their achievement, because everybody from his state has the right to say, this is what my former governor did. We shall not counter. But for me, as a governor of Anambra State, is the best governor we have had in that state till today. All the revenues allocation we are having today, he was the governor that brought in those industries. No governor have ever bring anyone. So we're not talking about frugality and the savings. If we talk about that one, time will not permit me. So he built more than 800 and something kilometers of road. Major roads we have today, that 6-lane road, when you come down to Opiwega, he was the person that built it. All our internal roads was built by him. Farmers enjoy him so much. He gave them loan, he gave them gratuity. So all these things, when you come here and you want to downplay a man, we are not promoting him, we are not selling damage to Nigeria.
That's why we are saying you should come and speak for him.
So I don't have much to say, Patoski. But go and read his record. If you want to Google Obi, just type Peter Obi's achievement as a governor of Anambra State. It will pop out to you. There are many. When we talk of insecurity,
Oh, okay.
Anambra State was
I think it's enough.
Anambra State was them of kidnap.
Okay, let other people contribute. Obi have done wonderfully. Obi have done wonderfully well.
I think it's this guy's
It's
turn
me
now.
now. It's supposed to be me.
No.
Oriola, after Oriola should be Aizon. Aizon is no more here. So it's
Has Oriola spoken?
No, Oriola has not spoken. Oh, let him speak. He was speaking, then we interjected him. Let him speak.
Oriola has not spoken.
All right,
Yeah.
can I speak? I'm not gone. Can I talk?
Of course.
Yes.
All right.
The moderator says it's your turn. It's your turn, according to
So
Patrick.
I'm gonna skim through this real fast. So the first one, the one I jumped in where I was talking about the that we don't remember history and stuff. I don't know. I think the guy just was impatient enough to understand where I was coming from, and there's no military guy. When I say military, you give orders to military. Military are not supposed to come and lead a country, because what it takes to lead a country is too bigger than just dictating to people. And there's no country in the world where dictatorship take them to anywhere. Even China that you mentioned, they
No.
come.
That was where I started to interject you, and they will cut you off. I'm sorry again. Military built nations. Germany was built by by military dictator. French Napoleon, Germany is Hitler. Then Spain is Franco, etc. Stalin of Russia. My friends, Yugoslavia, Tito. What the hell are you talking about, my brother? We need military to develop the place. Then when it's time to enjoy, then we give it to the people to enjoy. That what we call democracy.
Wait.
Uh-huh.
The military never built any country.
They built because they don't have to pass through parliament for approval. They just sleep, wake up with their teams, and start to actualize what they dreamt about. You need to read more books about Hitler, about Napoleon, about all those great men. Tito.
Oriola, please, I want to quickly correct.
Yes, I'm listening.
Oriola, can I come in?
Yes.
When people speak this way, you ask them a simple question. As I said before, whatever we see on earth today came from human intelligence. And when somebody tells you that military, they build a nation, all you need to do is to bring that country they mentioned when it was in the hands of the military and bring it back to now that they're in the years of civilian and ask him or her which one is better. Because I'm sure if it was the old Germany or old Spain that was being ruled by the military, he wouldn't be where he is.
Yeah,
He wouldn't be there.
Oriola, in addition to Madam Zita, China was never ruled by a military dictator. Chairman Mao was not a military officer. He just happened to be their leader, and they went through industrial revolution. And that's what
Were they that developed?
No, they were not.
No, they weren't developed. You have to military. You have to military.
Please, can you let other people speak, please?
I know you are just coming to deviate now. Let this guy answer my question. Let this guy answer my question. Let Oriola answer my question.
Quiet for a while and let me speak, and Oriola will continue.
Military don't need any parliamentary something. 30 million, a month salary for your so-called legislative looters. So military built Germany, they built Spain, and named their leaders. Napoleon, hold on. You are just coming here to talk. Stalin of Russia. I mean, what the hell are you talking about?
I don't think you deserve to be answered. Oriola, what I'm just trying to say is that China was never ruled by a military dictator. It was a civilian, and they went through industrial revolution. They closed their country for 20 years. And after that, there's
that's correct.
Xi Jinping that really made that country, and it's not a military dictator.
Yes, I only mentioned that because
I
believe I only mentioned that because Sully said that, and I was like, that's not true. And Tony, you're right. military can be the head of state because they're not really they rule. They're not really like leading, so they can tell you what to do. But when you look at a lot of things that makes life easy for people, they're not really done by military because
They
they
are done by
don't.
military. Hold on, sir. Hold on, sir. Thank you very much. You know, this particular platform we are right now is made possible by Hitler's and his team effort. You know, at going to the space.
How?
No, I mean, you know those
Internet
guys
was
now, all
not
those
built by.
Einstein, all
Wait,
those
listen.
Werner von Braun,
Internet was
many
not
people.
built
I
by
mean,
military.
yes, it's military. They don't
No,
need any parliamentary system that will
no.
be, I mean, consuming time
Listen,
and the money.
internet was not built by military. It was built during Cold War, but it was intellectuals that were putting this together. Just because they say people are in military
No, but
does
the
not
guys
mean
laid the foundation.
Wait, listen.
The Hitler team laid the
Listen.
foundation.
Can you listen? Listen.
Okay.
Just because they say everybody, just because if I go into military today, does not mean that I'm going to be in infantry. I might be an engineer, I might be scientist, but it doesn't mean that I'm in the war front. I'm letting you know that military people that detect, that tell what, that fight people, that shoot, that do this, they don't create anything. They have people behind them, and those
Yeah,
people.
not just going to war, not just going to war. Don't forget how the Hitler came into the the political scene.
You're not listening to me.
People were hungry.
If you
Yeah, okay.
carefully
I'm listening. I'm listening to you.
And just like you said, oh, we need to read more. If you just like the little I've read, I knew that military people that go that are military, they don't do anything. They don't know how to communicate. They don't know how to bring idea to the table. They
They
don't know
have
how to solve
they've got their
problems.
guys from the universities, those technocrats that they pick, you know, people with knowledge, people that didn't even go to school, people that can fly at night, people that can see the stars while they are asleep. I mean, they will just assemble them and then they work together as a team. That is how all this Germany,
So
even
the point I'm
England.
trying to make is
Uh-huh.
Burkina Faso went through.
No, that's why it's a different scenario. It's a different situation.
Wait, not just Burkina Faso. Every country in Africa, including Nigeria.
Just take the black race out of it. Take the black race out of the equation. Go to the people that the originators now.
United States was being ruled military, and the military decided that they can because they don't want.
The British ruled over United States. They developed United States through Queen Elizabeth I, military in nature also.
No, that's not true. You don't know history of the United States.
What are you telling me? This is a British country. They developed it before they handed it over.
This guy is not letting me speak, man. So let me just the point out. You don't have to agree with me, okay? Let me just say my piece. I know you don't agree with that, but from the little knowledge that I have and I've gained, I know that military doesn't do that, and we in Africa we are repeating the same thing because if military is actually good enough, we can see the better like what Nigeria is today compared to while they're military and compared to the time where we are not military before we went into this coup and all these little guys took over. We can tell that we were far better now compared to then. And even before they took over, we were better then. And we can tell with other countries like that the young people, that's why the thing where the world people are coming up with now that just because Nigeria has like a whole lot of young people and they should be imposed, no, their brain are not strong enough yet. They need to still be a follower. We don't need them in the forefront. We don't really need them in the forefront.
We don't want to be politically correct because you went to school. I went to school under the military government without no fear. We had the schools, all the schools. Their vehicles. We have inter-house sport. We have various activities.
You have no fear.
Yes.
Do you know how many people that can buy gasoline during Abacha time?
The military built, no, hold on, forget about Apache. The military built all this Lagos Benin Road, Lagos Ibadan Road, all the roads, everything, National Theatre, schools,
Oh my
University
God.
of Benin, everything. Ah, man,
Wait,
what are we talking about?
don't you, it's hard to communicate with you because don't you
Right on.
realize that the 1-2 little things that you say they do, if we actually have like democracy during that time, do you know how much amount of progress we would have made?
We couldn't build a single refinery now.
Just because
But the military built us all the refineries, petrochemical projects, Ajakuta steaming. What the hell are you guys talking about?
Okay, they built it, but where are they now? Everything that
The
they built,
democracy
where
now,
is it now?
now come and kaput. Now cause spoiler, they use German.
Even during their time, while they're still there,
They were working. They were functioning. There was security in the country. You can live in the boarding house.
During their time, we are losing money.
You get your bus free. If you go to Polytechnic, you go to university, you get your bus free. Everything trickled down to the poor man.
All right, I'm done with this.
Local government was functioning. Local government, etc.
I personally, I believe that we should not keep repeating history.
Michelin is gone. Michelin is gone. Dunlop is gone. All the Nigeria breweries is everything. Nothing is portions.
And under who did they went? They left under who?
Under democracy, where did where your legislator take all the money, where they use all this hold on, constituency project. They don't have Ministry of Works again to regulate the system. Yeah, right on.
Can you control?
Don't give up. Don't give up. Right on. Give up. Sorry, don't give up. Right on.
It's not true though. What you're saying is not true. All of those companies left during the military time because they didn't leave during the democratic system. Why are we like this? But the thing is, you might like them. That's you. I think I've gained more knowledge to understand that military would not solve any problem.
I'm giving you my honest, opinion about, the beginning of the world, what the others, Hitler group did, then Stalin, then Franco, the Tito, the Queen Elizabeth I, and then to the recent, Nigeria, his experience, even Uganda, Idi Amin of Uganda.
I'm done. You don't need to interject me anymore.
Okay. Thank you. Right on. Sorry, sir.
Correct. Every single thing you even saying is not correct. You're saying Hitler. You're talking about Queen Elizabeth. What have they done? Like
they captured the German army, America. They developed American industries. Look, you guys. They captured the German army that were quiet. They are the one that built America also today. That's why you see German names in America.
Well, the thing is, the thing I would say is this: I don't believe in military, and I don't think they take us anywhere. So I'd rather just us find a way. Is either we go through monarchy system, or we go through a democratic system, or we go through a parliamentary system, which I think all of those we just need to come together, find whichever one is better for us. So that's what I was saying. That I already said I want to kind of like skim.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
So the next thing I want to, another topic that that I want to speak on, I can't remember now. Would be, do we have those topic? I'm sorry. Is statistics still there? Or does anyone still have the stories? Because I have another one in my head.
Yeah, they talk about this guy that was spied in Anambra. This guy.
I wanted to say something if time is permitted. If I have the chance, if I have the floor,
Wait, is it about what I'm speaking on or something else?
About the Falcons, also the Falcons, the guy that won the Malawi Nigerian.
So the ladies.
Yeah, the lady. Yeah. Let us continue now. Let Oliola continue now.
Tony,
yeah.
Wait. Let him speak, please.
Okay.
Go ahead. You can come in, chip in what you have to say. I think he left. Okay. Is he still there? No. Oh, all right. So with the Falcons, I don't understand, and I think that's what I said something about history as well. I don't see anything wrong if they have to. They already went to see the president, which that's what really bind Nigeria together. And if they have to go to separate states, and I don't even see anything wrong if to say the entire East says, oh, all the East, the Igbo players come, or the University, or the Yoruba players come. I don't see anything wrong with that. I mean, we shouldn't. Or is it that we don't realize this, or we? Is it that we don't realize this, or we lack the knowledge or the history knowledge that Nigeria is not is an ethnic nation? Like they every ethnicity has their own part of the country. They can have people.
State of origin. State of
They, no,
origin.
no, 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 no. This has nothing to do with state of origin. This is
No, the
not state
governor
by
and the
state.
governor of the state of the origins of those guys have to honor them, separately, which is correct.
Tony, let me
Tony, you don't need to be talking to everything that he says now. Keep quiet
let
now.
me kind of
Let him
flow
flow.
through. I don't see man. Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with them after the presidencies or the team together. I don't see anything wrong if each state says, okay, you're from our state, come there, we want to honor you as well. Or if, let's say, collectively the East is like, okay, all the East player or the East player on the team, come, we want to honor you. And if the Southwest do the same, that, oh, as a Yoruba, we want to call them all together, and the North do the same thing. I don't see anything wrong. We have to realize that this is a nation that is bound together. We're all different ethnicity, and we shouldn't try to like every single thing we find it as discrimination. Like if someone say this, or if I say, oh,
Oriola,
I love my
let
parts.
me say this. Let me say this. Everything in Nigeria, people politicize it. It's not about ethnicity, it's politics that they are playing. You understand? Let me give, for example, when president even give them that money, do you believe that if you see what people are writing in the Twitter on the social media, saying why should he giving them so much money like that? How much are they paying civil servant? How much are they giving the military that are fighting Boko Haram and all those things? And if he didn't reward them like that, also there will be a backlash. So it's politics. Look, for example, Lagos State hosted all of them together, irrespective of the state that they came from. You understand? And then the only Southeast, I mean, one governor from Southeast that wanted to reward them only called people from his own state. So it's politics that people are playing. It's not about ethnicity, it's politics.
Yeah, because but they tag it as, oh, it's tribalism. Like
And that's what they
I
will
don't
do.
see
Let me
that.
tell you, let me ask you, let me say this. Flip it. Let's say is that governor from the east that rewarded all of them, and Lagos State decided to honor those one from Lagos State. What do you think the
Same
reaction would
thing,
be?
yeah.
It's the
So
same thing. So it's politics.
yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, if it's politics is okay, but to me, the way it seems like nowadays, it looks like every little thing that everybody does, people are calling them out, and to me, it's now looking like, what is this? It's like, are you saying we are not who we are anymore? Why are we pretending that if I support someone just because that person speak like me or from my own side, and that means I hate the other person?
The,
But that's not.
Oriola, do you know one of the reasons why we don't even do well in sports again is because of all those ethnic things, tribal things that we are doing. If you have a coach now who is from the east, you discover that predominantly you have a lot of eastern players in the team that is actually overseen, and vice versa. You understand? So we don't go for because of all this tribalism and all those things that is in our head now. We don't actually look for the best of the best to represent us. So it's part of the reason why we are not performing internationally.
Yeah, but you're right. You're right. But to be honest with you, in a word, they actually.
If you remember the last African Cup of Nations that we came second, Passat came on this platform I was saying that was the Igbos that are the one that did the magic for Nigeria. You can see how people look. You understand? He came here on this platform and
Yeah,
started profiling all of them.
we profile everything. But the thing is, if why people usually go for people that they not like they feel like they're more welcoming with, and I believe that's where, like, when you say we're not looking for the best when it comes to choosing players that is good for Nigeria. I think maybe that's where, because people will go towards people that they're more comfortable with. I think that's where that comes from. But if to
It's not
say,
about comfortability. You are just being modest. You understand? How can you say you are not? You are a coach. You're supposed to pick players from. How can you say that the only people that you can be comfortable with as a coach is people from your ethnic nationality? How can you know? It does it speak well to you?
yeah, but here's why I think that might be how some people some coaches will want to choose their player. And the reason why I said that is this: does Nigeria? So, for example,
There is no. You cannot be.
wait, does
If
Nigeria
you
have
are saying
like?
you are against it, if you are saying you are against it, then you shouldn't be looking for excuse for people to be doing it either.
Yeah, but does Nigeria have a policy like, okay, for players, this is what we are looking for, and this is what we are looking for. If you meet this standard, you have to be
Okay,
Nigerian.
let me chime in. See, if we say when we live in if you have a democratic system and we live in a quota system somewhat, see, something got to give. You may have 11 players that are from the Southwest Igbo players that are very good, that it should make the team. Because we live in a tribalistic society, right? You're not going to choose the entire 11 from the Southeast or Igbo players. You have to choose other players from other parts of the
Yeah,
country.
but that's a
See, that's the
problem.
dilemma. That's the
But that's a
dilemma of,
problem.
well, it is a problem, but
President, let me even give him a little bit of a history. The two most popular club side in Nigeria. Do you know them?
Eyimba.
Oyala.
yeah,
It's
in
not
one year,
Yimba. Okay, how can you be Yimba? Shooting Stars
Okay.
and Rangers International.
Oh,
Shooting Stars and Rangers International.
okay.
Those are the two. And let me tell you, they were funded with politics. Let me tell you, Rangers International was funded immediately after the Civil War. And they were using them to towns. And you remember that times that predominantly all the players of Rangers were predominantly Igbos from the Eastern region. And that was what made the Western region also to now start to IICC Shooting Star that time.
So
And
where's
by the time
Rangers from? Where's Rangers from?
Enugu
Where's
now,
Ranger located?
Enugu.
Exactly. So
You
most
know,
of their
let me
players.
say what I'm saying now.
Okay,
Okay, I
I'm
don't even
listening.
know. Okay, I can continue.
No,
You know, if
I'm
you look, let
listening.
me tell you, you cannot divulge. Let me tell you, everything that you see being played out today didn't start now. You understand? The foundation, the so-called people that we are calling our forefather, they didn't lay a good foundation for the like
Yes,
of Zeke, the like of Awolowo. They are
I
the
agree
one
with
they
you.
started the country on
Don't
ethnicity
go
and
there, oh, don't
tribalism.
go there, oh, don't go there anywhere. I'll just go sleep.
It was at
Don't go
play
there.
at death, and that was what we are. So it cannot take
Yes,
us away from that.
yes,
We are built like
yeah.
that, and
So
so
what I'm
it is the
saying.
Don't go
manifestation
there,
that you are
don't go
seeing.
there, don't go there.
So
Carry this
I
your
agree
hate,
with
come out
you.
here.
Wait, I agree with you, but that's why I'm saying that we can see that openly because we don't have like a standard. If there's a standard, you would know that okay, this person meets the criteria. That's why he was chosen. But because we don't have an open standard where everybody knows, because for example now, some countries, I heard South Africa, if they have to choose a player, they don't have to choose any player from abroad. People that play for the club in South Africa, that's where they choose from. Now imagine.
No, that's not true because the problem is that they don't go out. They still use people from outside. How many South African players do you see play in Europe
Okay.
so it's because they don't have them. It's not a rule that you must
Okay.
play in South African league before you can be picked.
okay, guys,
No.
let
But
me
the
chime
point,
in.
the
See,
point
you
let
guys,
me make the
sometimes
point.
let me hold on. When you guys talk, sometimes you don't talk, to reality. You know, in everything, there has to be tribalism or ethnic stuff. There has to be politics, and there has to be exchange of money, corruption. This is the society that we live in, and that's that reality. Let's not pretend. It is possible, okay, just like you guys probably know, that it is possible to get 11 or even 22 players that are equal players that are very good without Yoruba or other players from the country. It is possible. Is it not possible? Of course it is
Yeah,
possible. But
but that's
we're not
what
going
I'm
to do
saying.
that because of.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying that if we have an open criteria that we know that this is the standard, and everybody, you don't even have to ask questions because you can see that okay, the only reason why they choose this person is because he met the standard. If we have that openly, we won't be questioning this. I guess we're questioning this in
Oh,
my
hold on, I
own.
didn't get. If you have open what?
If there, if there's a criteria, meaning there's a standard that okay, if we're going for World Cup, this is how we choose our player. You have to be this.
They have a
You have to be
criteria. Let
that.
me tell you the way they do it. They will open. They go from state to state, from region to region. Do you understand? They have competition. They will say, okay, oh, if you are from they will go to the north and it's okay. Invite all players. They will have what they call it now. Like
So
a
they have
mini competition.
entirely game
Sorry,
between in
guys.
the country.
Exactly. So they
Thank you,
choose
guys.
from
Hello.
Okay.
that's
Simba,
If that's
Toriola, please, sorry to interject you guys. I think I want to take us to the backstage. One man went to mow his closing for today. Let's make it a day tomorrow again with one man where we can discuss very interesting issue. While I take the other team to the background, I wish everybody a nice day. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patrick.
okay. You can
so
finish up.
so your last so that's so they move like that. So they